Oh, hello.
Estás? Nightmare.
What's up?
What's up?
I'm so far
When I
behind.
get home from prison, Kimmy's gonna say, how we gonna earn a living? How we gonna get some pay? I'll reply with a little bit of anger. I'll earn my living as a stolen valor ranger. Stolen valor every hour. Super chats, that's my power. Blood, sweat, virtual danger. That's the life of a stolen valor ranger.
Kaiser, this is your father, the wit, god of bullshit. Go forth amongst the people of the earth and con them out of their money on YouTube.
All that.
That's crazy. Is that not a good video or what?
Yeah.
God of bullshit.
Absolutely insane. I'll be right back. I'm going to refresh this real quick.
Okay. What are you doing? So how's everybody doing tonight? It's 9 o'clock for me. It's 6 o'clock for you guys. I'm back. The best.
Okay, that's better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to refresh. I was lagging so far behind. It's like crazy.
Yeah, I could tell. I was trying to ask you questions. You're like,
Yeah, it was a little bit of a lag there, for sure. Little bit of a lag. Well, hello, people coming in and going out, even though nobody's said anything yet. kind of want to touch on a few things tonight about stolen valor, and you know what it means. I had a whole thing planned out, but I guess other shit's more important than coming in here and talking about that for some people. But I'll tell you who stolen valor is important to. People that have actually served this great country and put their lives on the line for those that don't seem to give a fuck. And, I'm not doing this for clicks and views. I'm doing it because it is a
nobody else saying
grave,
fuck YouTube will do it.
it's a grave injustice. And did I serve in the military? No, but I have family members that do and that did. And it's nice to have fun and games and talk shit and yada 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 and that. But for me, I'm able to do what I do and what so many others do because somebody volunteered to sign up and go overseas or even here in the United States and defend this great country. And I hear it every day from different people that we love this vet and we love veterans and blah, blah, blah. Yet nobody's calling this cocksucker out. Who cares if it makes him famous? You know what? He's not going to be famous long. Who gives a fuck if he gets a few views because of it? This moron is absolutely what I just said, a moron.
Yeah. Yeah, no shit. And pretty soon he'll be in jail.
I can't wait. Because he's setting up and he's talking about everybody else that's going to jail. And that, well, he's fixing to find out exactly what it's like.
Well, I don't think, well, I take that back. I don't think he's going to jail. I think he's going to prison.
Oh, he's definitely probably going to prison. And, you may not think
they'll be butt effing him every single day.
People may not think that this doesn't affect anybody, but it does affect everybody. When people like him come on to a social media platform and they convince people that they're a veteran, a hero, a wounded combat soldier. Do you know how many people, myself included, want to be like, oh, wow, this guy, because, yeah, want to help him out and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and I'd like to say that everybody who still follows him and gives him money are complete idiots. They're complete morons.
Absolutely.
Because if they can't even notice that he's lying about where he moved, he just changed from going from the living room to the kitchen.
What amazes me is people are glorifying what he's done just because they hate auditors so much that they're willing to go over there and give this asshole money and shit just to sit and watch some dude that possibly, allegedly, committed murder. He's broke into houses and stole drugs. Not only that, he lied about a daughter. He lied about his whole military career. And yet people are still just going over and supporting this asshat. Why? I don't understand it.
I have no idea. I mean, we have nobody even leaving any comments.
I know nobody said shit.
They're just here to watch us complain about that fucking asshole.
It is amazing that that people attack auditors. Oh, well, he's got a criminal record. Yes, a lot of auditors do have criminal records. They really do. Myself included, I have a criminal record. But the difference is I come on here from day one and I told everybody, hey, this is what happened to me. This is why it happened. And, you know.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm not going to lie about it. Matter of fact, I doxed myself today in a live stream, told everybody who I was, my date of birth, the whole 9 yards. You want to look me up? Look me up if you doubt me.
You've done that 1,000 times.
Well, yeah, because I have nothing to hide.
I know that.
Because I wanted, when I started this channel, I wanted everybody to be able to trust me and not find out later, you know, that I'd done something stupid and I didn't have the balls to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? How else is, even now, moving forward, trying to do the audits and things like that, I want people to understand, you know, what I'm about and not lie about it. You know, and that debunks all the fucking people that want to talk shit about all these other people. That's why you don't see him making videos about me except for unclean hands. And the only reason he done that is because he's got his knees with knee pads and he's sitting under Wrangler's desk.
So
that's
what?
why. Oh yeah.
Say that again.
He's sitting under Wrangler's desk with knee pads.
I thought you said he's sitting under.
No.
Right. I thought you said something else.
That was a polite way of implying what I was implying. He's playing circle jerk under the table, I guess. I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, why I'm so upset. Okay. You know, I used to consider Wrangler a friend. I really did. I thought that he was a decent person. And I know how sometimes smear campaigns can go on. And I trusted what he said and believed it. Because I have family that, like I've said over and over and over again, that is military. I support wounded veterans. Not saying that to get patted on the back, because being wounded in combat is you know, something that a soldier takes a risk of happening. And there's not enough people in the United States that supports our military. And when I found out that he lied, to me, it was a slap in the face. I'm not even going to lie. I felt like the biggest piece of shit in the world. Hey, buddy, I sent you an email. I don't know if you got it or not, brother. I felt like the biggest piece of shit.
Hey, what's up, Tess?
I allowed somebody to take advantage of me because my love of the military, for my love of the veterans. And I never got the opportunity to serve. I wanted to serve. The judge wouldn't allow it because I'd made a mistake. Okay. But I'm not sitting up here making a fake military career.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just,
Yeah.
making my way the way I only know how.
Yeah.
But that's just a little bit more than the law will allow.
And if anybody, Joe, that song that you made.
What song?
The Wrangler.
Oh,
yeah.
The one that I sang in the beginning of that video.
Yeah, this is great.
That's actually an actual military cadence that you sing when you're running, but I just changed the words to it. That's all.
I could tell that it was. You could definitely tell it was military cadence.
Yeah. It's just I can't even remember which one I did. Oh yeah, I remember now.
Don't you have it saved here that you play it real fast?
No, it's R is for Ranger. That's the way it goes in real life. But there was a bunch of cadences I was thinking about adding to it, but there's one that says sat me in a barber's chair, spun me around, I had no hair, and it won't be long till I get on back home. That's that one, but I was thinking about doing something else with that, but I couldn't figure out what I was going to add to it. That's the one I wanted to use, but this video that I'm working on, I'm taking my time on. It's going to probably take a while for me to get it out, but this one I'm really taking my time on because I want it to be a good one.
Yeah.
And what it is, I don't know how much of the Forrest Gump stuff I'm going to put in it.
That Forrest Gump stuff.
You like it? Well, that's the way I'm going with it with this video, but I don't know how long I can maintain that story because, quite honestly, like when you're doing something like that, you can only stretch it so far out before it becomes like really labor intensive,
Well, I wanted to touch on something tonight too, and I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with it. I'm sure Master Sergeant and a couple other people. Hello, good guy.
Yeah, what's up, good guy?
It's the good guy.
I was reading about. Let me pull it up again.
Oh, let me put out. Let me share this. That way, I can. My haters can come over and listen. Because I had a bunch of them trying to call me out today, as if I gave a shit. Call me out because I was upset that auditors who claim they support veterans don't actually support veterans, and they're mad. I actually heard one of them say that it was Rogue's right to avoid a draft, that it was his right. I don't think that there's a right like that in the Constitution, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's hidden in there somewhere.
So I was reading about somebody being prosecuted for stolen valor, and how stolen valor affects people. And I ran across a case in California where a man was serving on the board and for the water council, if I'm not badly mistaken. I could be off a little bit. And he was convicted for claiming that he was a retired Marine and he had been wounded in combat.
Sounds familiar.
And he had the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Oh yeah, that's a no-no. That's a very
So
easy to look up.
They sent the taping from this meeting, and I believe his name was Alvarez. I'm not 100% sure. It's California versus Alvarez. They sent the
I read
tape
that one
about him, and they sent it to the FBI. He was convicted. Then it was overturned, and guess what? Then he was convicted again. They asked if it was unconstitutional for him to be convicted of saying he was that he was a military man, even though he had never served. Never served. But yet the courts, the federal courts upheld, even after the conviction was overturned, that that it was not constitutionally protected. It was not protected by First Amendment and freedom of speech, but it was a disgrace to this country to pretend to be something you was not.
Right.
Exactly.
And they even thought about, because of what he done, charging this man with treason. Now, do you understand what I'm saying, guys? Wrangler actually went into the military. Yes, he was hurt during training, but they thought about prosecuting a man for treason that never served just because he disgraced this country so bad.
Right.
Now, somebody like Wrangler that actually went in and tried, failed because of medical, and that comes out claiming all this bullshit. Should he not be held to the same accountability as a man that never served?
Well, I also will tell you this: most veterans, and I heard them. I listened a little bit to it. These little haters were trying to try to discredit me for whatever, I don't even know. But one of them said, "Well, at least he served." Well, let me tell you about that. He went to basic training. So basic training is almost, I mean, I hate to use the comparison. I don't know what else to compare it to, but it's kind of like an orientation into military customs courtesies and, some tactical, some basic marksmanship and things like that. Just your basic,
it's like school camp,
Yeah. Well, it's not that.
I know.
Yeah. But it gives you a base of becoming a soldier. So that's a basic soldier once you graduate that. So you're not really certified in any job or anything like that. You're just a basic trained soldier in basic soldiering stuff. You know what I mean? But you're very, it sticks with you, but it is valuable. Basic training is very valuable, but if you knew how those people who are actually now passed through AIT and have made it to a unit and served in a unit, how we look at basic trainees, it's a sharp level of I see a basic trainee, somebody just coming out of basic training, equivalent to maybe like you would say a kindergartner in primary school.
Hey, Mushroom Manny.
That's the way I correct me if I'm wrong, Mushroom Manny. When you met a new recruit coming to your unit, Mushroom, how did you guys look at that person? Did you think that they knew a lot of shit, or do you think that they pretty much had to be taught everything over again? Because that's kind of how we were.
According to what my uncle, my grandfather, and everybody that has served I've ever heard, as far as they were concerned, new recruits were the lowest piece of shit on the walk the face of the earth. But that's quote unquote.
Yeah. They're not. So somebody that didn't even pass that level. They didn't even pass basic training, and they got the status from their shower shoes. Yeah. When you said shower shoes, it just brought back plenty of memories. I didn't even know what shower shoes were until I went to basic training. Basically flip flops that you wear in the shower so you don't get athlete's foot, you know. But he didn't even pass that level. So do I say that he served? I think my definition of his service would be that he tried to serve, but he didn't actually make it to that level of service. He was going through the initial training to become someone who serves their country, but he never really served. He tried to serve. Serving serving is the act of actually being in the military, doing your job.
Exactly. I don't care the fact that he tried.
That doesn't bother me.
Just the fact that he lied about made up all this crap, and he's a disgrace.
Right.
And so is everybody that is still supporting him and giving him money.
Yeah, well, you know what gets me, I think, more than anything, Tats, I'm not trying to cut you off. I think what makes me angry more than anything is the fact that we have actual veterans, people that went overseas and done what they done and come back to the country. And for example, Vietnam War, when they stepped off the bus, they spit on them.
Right.
We've got people now that fought in the Gulf War that are struggling, living on the streets because of fucking depression. Right. I watched a man tragically lose his life and changed my life forever because his wife manipulated him, and that because he had PTSD. She manipulated him into killing himself via cops, ladies and gentlemen, because she knew that cheating on her husband and parading this man in front of him would set him over the edge because he watched his buddy blow up beside of him.
Yeah.
That man changed my life forever because I watched him be killed. I watched him have the side of his head completely gone. It traumatized me. I can't imagine for you folks that went over and seen combat how traumatized you are. I know how traumatized I was after seeing one man lose his life. I can't imagine how people that have served, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
The tragedy, especially a medic. I'm just going to use that for the shit that you must have seen, and I understand why you don't talk about it. The shit you must have seen, the horror shows that you could tell. And yet we got this asshole that comes on YouTube claiming to be some fucking Rambo, and everybody's over sucking his dick.
Right.
And it fucking makes me mad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. I mean, I feel it 100%, and I appreciate that you feel that passionate, because the thing is, man, look, for you, in my opinion, my view of you is you really wanted to serve in the military, right? But you had made a couple mistakes and you couldn't go in. But for somebody like him to actually have the opportunity that you couldn't take advantage of yourself, and to piss it away the way he did, even if he didn't make it, he is now mocking what you could have at least tried to do, and probably would have been 1,000 times better as a soldier than he ever was or dreamed to be. And that's kind of why I sometimes get a little upset when there's people that try to join the military, and for some I mean, I don't know that criminal history, depending on what it is all that big of a deal. I mean, there's a lot of questionable people that I served with. Let me put it
Well,
that
I
way.
don't mind telling you, because I had a felony. I
Right.
got caught in possession of a firearm for
Right.
sleeping in a truck stop. I was not bothered. A rest area, excuse me, not a truck stop. It happened in Illinois. I was coming back from my uncle's. I felt tired. I pulled over. My gun was loaded in the car in a gun case.
Right.
In the back seat, covered up with blankets. Somebody at the rest area seen me sleeping and decided to call the law, which is their right. And the state trooper come up and was asking me questions. And because I was honest, yes, I have a firearm in the vehicle. He shoved a firearm to my head, jerked me out of the car, throwed me on the ground, handcuffed me, and took me to jail for unlawful possession of a firearm. He didn't care why I had it. All he was concerned about, well, I'm going to impound his car. I'm going to confiscate his gun, and I'm going to fuck this guy's life.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he done. He fucked my life.
Yeah, he did. And to
Hey, Sammy girl.
I know people that have had medical issues that they couldn't go in with, like, but then again, I have a friend of mine, and let me just tell you real quick about this. Actually, I have two friends of mine that did this. One of my friends was born with a clubbed foot, and if you know what a clubbed foot is, you know it's can be debilitating. And this guy went through several very painful surgeries so he could be eligible to go into the Army. And he eventually, through I don't know how many surgeries he got, but he eventually made it into the military because he was so damn determined. And then there was another guy that I know who actually I became really good friends with because I helped him get into the Air Force as a reference for him because he was going into a very top secret type of MOS or job. And he told me, and which was an honor for me. He told me that I was the one who inspired him to go into the military, which I don't know how I did, but he said that I did. And he went into the Air Force and he worked in a very sensitive job. And but he had to get some work on his spine done before going into the military. And he had to jump through hoops to get all kinds of waivers and all kinds of shit. It was because of a birth defect that he had. And he made it in. But there are people out there that have gone through hell and high water just to get into the initial training, just to get into basic training, that get my respect all day long, even if they don't make it, even if they get hurt, even if they don't pass their physical fitness test, even if they fail a few things in basic training. If they don't lie about it when they come out and claim things that they didn't do, you get my respect all day, every day. I would shake your hand and say thank you for trying to serve your country in the capacity that many people have, and you get 100% my respect. You're every bit, you deserve every bit of respect that any other person who's ever served in the military should have, because they at least put their ass on the line once. Even if they didn't make it through, they still put their ass on the line because there was the potential of them making it through and facing all the other stuff.
Hello, Kenny.
You know.
Hello, Sammy.
I'm getting text by somebody here. Let me see. Oh, STC's live. See, now I'm torn between two people here. Bastard.
Yeah, he's doing a thing about fuck
auditors. Yeah, I know. I'll be on here for a little bit anyway, and then I'll maybe I'll bounce between them two or something. I don't know.
So.
But these auditors right now, like it was Firm Audits and Keebler Elf, whatever the hell she is. This was the first time I ever heard her voice, and let me just tell you something. I don't think that the elevator goes all the way to the top. I really don't.
No, I know what you mean when you say that.
Yeah, I really don't. She was the one that said that she doesn't believe that what he did was stolen valor, and that stolen valor is somebody who never served that makes false claims about being in the military when they never served. And that's not true. That's not true. Stolen valor is when you claim things that are of valor, such as being wounded in combat. And another one is called embellishing your rank, which is, and you can look this up, embellishing your rank, which is what he did. He embellished his rank. If he didn't commit stolen valor on anything else, he did on that point, because he said he was a staff sergeant in the United States Army. And that right there is stolen valor. And what qualifies you for stolen valor is you have to get monetary benefit from those claims. And he has.
And you know something else too? You know something else too that irritates me, and it just gets my goat really bad. I was going through, and I was lit with the video that I done yesterday, and then later tonight, and shit, listening to him be disrespectful to the master sergeant. And if he was standing face to face with that master sergeant, he wouldn't have the balls to say a fucking word, because he knows master sergeant would rip his fucking head off and shit down the top of his neck.
Right.
Now, I have a question. Is he even called private since he didn't pass?
I wouldn't give him that respect, to be honest with you, and that's why in my videos I call him trainee Kaiser, because that's what you refer to in basic training as a trainee. Even when I'll tell you a guy who got their bubble popped real quick when I went to basic training. When I went to basic training, I went in as an E3, which was a private first class, right? Because I went through high school ROTC, right? And my drill sergeant looked at me, because I had my PFC rank on, my private first class rank on, and he looked at me and he said, that rank doesn't mean shit because you haven't done shit. And don't think that you're a fucking private first class yet, not until you graduate. And so right then and there, I knew that I was going to have to earn my way. By the way, would you like me to read the official Stolen Valor Act?
Yes, please.
What it actually is. So the initial Stolen Valor Act was in 2005 is when that came. And then that court case that you just talked about was the court case that actually changed it to where they had to revise it, right, and amend it. So let me get down to the nuts and bolts of it. So let's see. Okay, so it's I'll get to the nuts and bolts. It says, under this act, fraudulent claims about military service can be subject to a fine, imprisonment for not more than a year, or both for an individual with the intent to obtain money, property, or tangible benefits fraudulently, holds himself or herself to be a recipient of the following: the Medal of Honor. Okay, that's obvious. Distinguished Service Cross, Navy Cross, Air Force Cross, Silver Star, Bronze Star, Purple Heart, of which he doesn't claim, even though he says he was wounded in action, Combat Action Ribbon. Now, if you got a Combat Action Ribbon, or but we'll go down further, Combat Infantryman's Badge, Combat Action Badge. Now, a Combat Action Badge is issued to everybody in the Army who went through combat. So you spend a certain amount of time in a combat zone, you get issued the Combat Action Badge. And by him saying that he was in combat, in my estimation, he would have claimed that he had a Combat Action Badge, right? Combat Medical Badge. That's another one. That would be somebody like me, a medic that serves in combat, would have the Combat Medical Badge. the combat action medal, okay, and also embellishment of your rank or of military rank. So there you go. That is directly from the Stolen Valor Act of 2013. So, yeah, I would say that he qualifies for Stolen Valor.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, wouldn't you think? I mean,
Oh, hell yeah! And you know how it's against the law for a civilian to pretend to be a cop.
right?
And yeah, is it the same way in the army?
Do what now? I'm sorry. I was reading at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry about that. What did you say?
Okay. Do you know how it's illegal to you can get arrested for pretending to be a cop, or if you like dress up pretending to be a cop?
It's. I mean,
Is it the same way in the Navy or not Navy but Army?
well, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, whatever. Yeah,
Because
kind of,
he said
sort of.
that isn't he?
There's certain there. Well, he claimed to be a military police officer, so I'm not sure
Yeah.
where that falls into the scheme of things. I mean, I'm no constitutional or legal scholar by any stretch, but all I know is what I basically read right there is what the definition of stolen valor is. I don't know. I know impersonating a military officer. I think that could fall into something there with the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Yeah, I would say that would be a crime, like Private Kaiser said there. Yeah, I'm not well versed on this type of that part of the law. The stolen valor side, yeah, but I don't know that it's because simply by wearing a uniform is protected speech according to that 2000 whatever case that was, the one Nightmare was talking about. So you can wear the uniform, you can even wear certain medals and ribbons and stuff and even rank, but you can't claim that that's actually yours, and it can't be medals of valor, which are the ones that I read off there.
Yeah.
So it can't be something received because of bravery, in other words, to put it in more of a basic term. And and then you also have to use that in order to gain monetary benefit, which is, in my opinion, exactly what he did. And I don't think that would be too hard to prove in court.
What do you mean?
That he tried to gain monetarily from his claims, because
From all the money that he got from
of course, because
YouTube.
like Nightmare said, he believed him to be 100% a veteran, and why wouldn't you want to give this guy a little tip here and there? Hey, thanks for your service, man. Here's $10. Here's $20.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to do that? I mean, that's fine, right? That's cool. And that's why he was getting the money that he has. And there are still people in his chat, even today. I guarantee you, I know he's live right now, or was live a few minutes ago. Even then, they're giving him money. And a lot of them still believe him to be an actual combat veteran.
Yeah, because they it's amazing that their hate for somebody is so important that they dislike auditors so much. You know what I mean? That they fucking will support this clown.
Right. And I don't care that people's angry about me for calling auditors out. Like I was telling STC earlier, I will call anybody out that I feel like I want to call out. That's called my freedom of speech, is it not? So if Rogue has the freedom to be a draft dodger, I damn sure have the freedom of speech to call an auditor out if I feel it's so appropriate. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it works, right? I mean, they were just trying to call me out for I don't know what. I mean, they were actually making fun of me because I take a lot of medication every day. They were literally making fun of that. And I don't mind
Terrence, I'm
saying,
going to stop you for a minute. I'm probably fixing to open a can of worms, but I don't care. Gloria, you can leave and never come back as far as I'm concerned. If you hate coming over here that much, stay your ass some fucking where else, because I don't agree with you about Chili's brainwashing views. And that's plain and simple. So take yourself somewhere else and have a nice day.
This is my last message. Well, would you mind if I go to STC real quick and I'll come right back?
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay, I'll come back because STC is another guy who supports me. So I'm going to go over there and see if he needs it, but I'll come back.
For those that want to see what I'm talking about and everything, let me turn my camera on. Let me full screen.
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
She said, and I quote, I told him, and then she said, I hate going over there. You're welcome. I hate going over there. So everybody can see it. If you hate coming over here, then you ain't got to be here. She just said it in STCs.
Oh, that was just now?
Yes. Right there. So she don't have to come here. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not picking on anybody. You know, I can just solve the problem.
Hey, Hennessy, how are you?
Hi, Hennessy. How are you, dear? And that's the kind of thing, that irritates me, is all this backbiting and stuff just because I don't agree with something. Well, don't everybody agree with me. You don't have to agree with me.
Shit.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of shit.
You don't have to agree with me.
I don't agree with him about,
But you're not going to come here and be nice to my face and then shit on me when my back's turned. I'm not that type of person. I'm very fucking transparent, and I say what I feel.
Amen.
Thank you, Hennessy. I appreciate that, dear. I just think that kind of shit is underhanded, and that's the reason I don't deal with that kind of stuff. I don't know what I done other than I disagreed about Chili. Well, you know what? I don't drink Chili's fucking Kool-Aid. He does good work on some things, but do I have to agree with every fucking thing he says? No, absolutely not.
That's the whole thing. We should all be able to support each other, but not have to worry about who's watching who or who's supporting, who likes who better, all that type of bullshit.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, Manny. That's the thing, and you can tell that it upsets me because I've been nothing but nice to Gloria. Okay, I don't know what happened with her and Brandon Mitchell. I heard this and that or whatever, and that I don't care. Brandon supports everybody. The guy's never done anything to me, so I'm not going to turn on somebody because somebody got called a nasty name. Do you know how many people I would have in here if I turned against everybody that called me a nasty name? Well, fuck, me in Indiana wouldn't even be talking. Hell.
Fuck you.
See? like I said, I don't know enough about it, Manny, to speak on it. I've heard two different stories, and I don't know which one's which. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't there.
All I know is he ended up apologizing. That's what I heard. So, that
Well,
should be good enough.
I'm not gonna call her a nasty name or anything like that. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. And that.
Thank you, Private.
And I'll be honest with you. I try to be good to everybody. I want to like everybody. I'm good to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I try to be good to everybody. And you don't have to agree with me. You don't even have to like me.
I'd like to know who Private Kiker Miser who really is. I love the way he edits his videos and all that stuff.
And now I'm off my soapbox. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm upset. I really am, because I considered Gloria a friend, and it hurts my feelings. I'll be honest. It's Pink Taco. C4T said it's Pink Taco.
No, I really doubt that.
It's probably tube sock. Who knows? I can't say. I don't know who it is.
I didn't say anything against you, man. She's just on the other channel. Yeah, but I mean, the fact that she said she hates coming over here.
Yeah, I just showed you, bud. The fact that she said she hates coming over here. If you hate, I'll show you again. I've got it saved.
Show it again. Some people don't see it the first time, they drop in and out, go different other lives, shit like that. You got it? Hey, are you still lagging?
No, I'm not lagging.
Oh.
Why the hell would I be lagging for?
Because you didn't answer the last 3 questions I asked you.
Okay, Gloria. I told him, thank you, Gloria.
Yeah,
and
show
then,
him. Turn your camera on. There you go.
All right. So you folks can see. I told him, thank you, Gloria. And then you read down right here, it says, you're welcome. I hate going there.
And KT apparently doesn't like it either, because she says, I know, Gloria.
Not a problem, buddy. Not a problem. I'm not mad at you. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
No, I was talking to Mushroom. I'm not mad at you, Mushroom, at all. I just wanted everybody to see.
Yeah. That's why I was saying show it again multiple times,
And you know what? I was watching both streams. Indy will tell you I do that all the time. I watch when Gregory's live. I go over there and I'm there, and it's at least giving him a view. You know what I mean? I like STC, so that's what I was doing. I was giving him a view. You know what I'm saying? Because it does help out. You know what I mean? Even though I'm doing something over here, I was still helping out. And I seen that, and I'm like, well, what the hell, dude?
What? Oh, what Brandon did? Or you saw Gloria said, what you just showed?
Watching 5:30, yeah, I get it. I do the same thing. That's why most time I keep my camera off so people ain't saying, well, what's he watching? What's he looking at? What's he doing? You know? Because I do the same thing. I'm constantly, even though I'm, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Gloria. I mean, going live with me isn't exciting enough for you. You have to always have something else to do.
Well, no, I try to do. I keep up with two or
I'm
three
just
different
joking
things.
with you, you dumb cocksucker.
You know what I'm saying? It's part of, I guess, ADHD or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what? I get it. I'm not the most popular auditor because I don't go out and go and tell the cops to go fuck off. Maybe you know what I mean? But that don't make me any less of an auditor than anybody else. It just means that I have a different style. Everybody does their own fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Angry Vet? How you doing, my man? Love you, brother.
Angry Vet, what's up, brother? Oh, you missed it. You missed it. Someone in here needed some clearing of their ears. Hey, you too, Angry Vet.
If you want to come up, Vet, if you want to come up, there's the link if you want to. Sorry, I'm a little pissed off right at the moment. And just, I shouldn't let things like that bother me, but it does. You know what I mean? There again, somebody I thought was a friend and shit. And yeah, now I know how they truly feel.
Angry Vet probably has no idea what the hell you're talking
Probably not.
Hey,
So
leave me
you probably
alone. I
might
told
have-
you I'm new at this shit.
You might. I'm just saying, you might have to tell him.
What's up, buddy?
Same old shit. What's got your panties in a bunch tonight?
Well, STC is live, and they sent Gloria over here to retrieve him and that, and
To retrieve tats.
yeah, tats, and so she comes in, tells him, you know, blah blah blah, STC needs her, and then goes back over to his live and says, well, I told him, and KT told her thank you, and she goes, yeah, I hate going over there. Okay, fine, you don't have to be here. Gloria ad.
Oh, I like Gloria.
Well, it hurt my feelings, bro.
Like, why'd she come over?
To get tats, because he was up here on a panel and we were talking about stolen valor, and it wasn't even talking about Wrangler. We're just talking about the subject itself. You know,
Yeah,
I'm not.
I just need to. Go ahead.
It just hurts my feelings. You know what I mean? Because I thought we were friends. Because listen, it's because I don't agree with her about Chili. That shouldn't matter because me and you's not always going to agree about everything, but that shouldn't affect how, you know what I mean, how you feel about me because I don't agree with you on something. You know?
Yeah. I agree.
And don't get me wrong, I love Gloria. I really do. I do, and that's why I'm so angry about it because I don't understand why that animosity was there. You know what I mean?
And I don't know what it
Yeah,
is with her
you gotta
and
you
me
gotta let the water
either.
roll off the back.
Yeah, because
Like a duck.
I mean, we used to talk all the time, and then all of a sudden, she just bam, and that's right when KT started getting shitty with me for no reason.
Well, here's what I have to say about all that. Like, I'm learning very quickly to just ignore any drama shit. Like say your piece and be done.
Yes,
That's
sir.
how I'm that's how
Exactly.
I need to start rolling. I can't I certainly don't want to end up like Stoned Vet doing fucking 80 fucking 3-hour fucking videos on one fucking person, and that's what you're gonna end up at. If you all keep fucking with this fraud at Wrangler shit, it's just you're just gonna go down the fucking rabbit hole. And I look, don't get me wrong, I I don't like the motherfucker, and who would other than those retarded fucking followers of his. I don't like Stolen Valor either. But you know what? At the end of the fucking day, I said my fucking piece. I shared all the videos that I needed to share. Maybe if I was a little better at editing, I would have done a video myself. But I don't really know how to
Yeah.
do all that fucking shit.
Yeah, but
But
you shared videos and you didn't shy away from it. You know what I'm saying, bro?
yeah, I hear you. But I mean, uh, here I'm not trying to discredit anybody in any way, shape, or form. But I even told Tats this the other day in one of his posts was it, not to let it consume you to the point where that it is all that's in your head, and
Right.
it starts making you maybe do things that you wouldn't normally do. And I don't know, I just think I don't know how to say it. Basically, do what you got to do, and then move on. Is all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
the only reason we're still doing this though is because he hasn't been exposed enough.
Well, he's it isn't the master sergeant working on getting fucking charges put on him for it and shit. And
I don't.
isn't he like? I mean, the dude's gonna be in fucking jail here shortly.
I
So
hope so. I know.
I
I
don't.
hopefully he'll be prison.
I don't know what else to say about it. All I can say is I got some pretty big channels that support me, and I can't say that one of them has military in their family, and he's supported me and supported veterans, from the get ever since I came onto YouTube. So I mean,
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm gonna back him 100%. If he decides not to do a video about some little fucking peon douchebag that's stealing valor, that's his choice, and you kind of have to respect that. It's, I mean, it doesn't mean just because a channel doesn't make a video about fraud at Wrangler doesn't necessarily make them bad people, for God's sakes. Right?
Well,
I get what you're saying. Totally.
I mean,
I get what you're saying.
like some of these channels, I'm sorry, but it is a business. And you know what? I mean, if I had 100,000 subs, 150,000 subs, I mean, I'd probably start looking at it as a business also. And smart business is not engaging with that kind of shit. That's just smart fucking business. And I don't know. I think that if I were in the same position and I had 500,000 subs, I don't think I'd be doing dumb shit. I certainly wouldn't be talking about the presidents that I don't like and politics and he said, she said argument shit, because people just don't fucking like that. It's plain and simple. They just don't fucking like it. I mean, yeah, there are some out there that love the fucking drama and apparently, that's evident in Stone Vet's lives, because sometimes he has like 300 fucking people in there. I don't know how he's doing that, but it happens. But in the long run, these bigger channels, they're on their thing and they're moving forward on their thing, doing their thing, and that's what works for them. And you can't fucking blame them for stepping out of their thing to do something for somebody else. I don't know how else to explain it.
Well, I mean, what do you mean though? What is he trying to do for someone else?
Who? What
Kaiser.
do you mean? Huh?
Kaiser.
Kaiser.
Wrangler.
I'm not talking about Kaiser.
I thought you were talking.
I'm talking about these big channels that aren't jumping on board the whole Kaiser train.
Yeah.
I'm saying you can't blame them for not doing it. You know what I mean? You can't. Yeah, you can get mad at them or whatever, but move on after. Say your piece and move on. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Oh yeah, of course. I hate people that hold grudges and all that stuff. I'm just saying, like, with all the money that they make and all that stuff, it wouldn't be hard to make a 2-minute video that that everybody's going to be watching because you have so many subscribers.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain is when you're that big, it's a fucking business. It's a business decision, not necessarily a personal decision.
Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. Absolutely. It's like if you're like big companies don't support certain things because it hurts them financially.
Correct. It's a maybe it is a little bit of a personal decision, but in the long run, maybe if this big channel jumps on the Kaiser train for even one video, the sales of his merchandise might go down 15%. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not necessarily I would I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that would love to jump on the fucking Kaiser train, but just can't because it's gonna hurt fucking business. And when it comes to business is business. I mean, I understand stolen valor is a very serious thing, and we all most veterans should take it very fucking seriously. But when you're running a business, you're not out there saying, "Oh yeah, we love Trump," or "Yeah, we love Biden." You know what I mean? Because it's just
Right.
gonna fucking hurt the fucking business one way or the other, or could possibly. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I think the people that need to be working it are working it, right? I mean, I don't know. You also got to think that these
I
bigger
don't know.
channels, they're pretty fucking busy. They're working on 3-4 different fucking videos a day, trying to fucking crank out shit for their people and shit.
And in the case of Long Island Audit, he's working on like 5 or 6 different cases, literally.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not like trying to make excuses for everybody, but I guess I am. I guess I am, but I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here,
There's nothing wrong with playing the devil's advocate. Like I said about anti-auditors, that's the thing I've said before about anti-auditors. You have to look at things both sides. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I've caught shit for that. Well, that's okay, because my opinion at the end of the day is just that. It's my opinion.
And everybody should be able to have their own opinion without someone else.
Someone like what?
Giving them shit.
Bro, you're gonna get shit regardless. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
As I've learned really quick, it doesn't fucking matter, man. Somebody's gonna give you shit. Period.
Always.
And if it's somebody that you thought was never gonna give you shit, well, I mean, then you're naive, because I'm not built that way. Both of you probably think right now that I would never give you shit about anything, but I can tell you right now, if you pissed me off, I would come right at you and fucking tell you how I feel.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
You're the angry vet. I know damn well you would.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't cuss Gloria or anything like that. I just told her that if she didn't want to fucking be here, I could solve that problem, and I blocked her. It's that simple. I mean, it hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie about it, because you know what? I take what I do, and people can question that if they want to. I take what I do very seriously. I love veterans. I love the A1 community. I love the freedoms that I have because of veterans that volunteered, that done what I wasn't able to do because of a stupid bullshit charge. And if that makes me bad, then I'm a bad person. You know what I mean? I don't have to go in to a place and yell at somebody and go, fuck you and blah, 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 to get my point across. Now, will I get angry and raise my voice and go, fuck you to people? Yes, I have. But I don't have to.
I mean,
just because you like somebody and I don't agree with you about, what somebody said, doesn't mean that I have to hate you because you don't agree with me. You know what I mean?
Right. I agree. So why wouldn't
Grim
you?
Reaper.
I
agree to disagree.
Why wouldn't you take that into the whole, why wouldn't you like adopt what you just said? Why wouldn't you adopt that with the way Gloria talked to you, or what she said in somebody else's life?
Well, in the same respect, why would you say something like that to somebody to make yourself look better? Oh, I hate going over there. You know what I mean? That'd be like me going into somebody sitting here talking to you nice as I am now, and then going to somebody else's live and go, well, that angry vet's a fucking liar, and I think he's a piece of fucking shit. And the whole time you're thinking, well, Nightmares is supposed to be my friend, and then you're sitting there not bothering nobody. You're supporting another person. You know what I mean? That's the only reason it's on. I wasn't spying. It's not like we're spying on anybody. I'm subscribed to the guy. You know what I mean? I wanted my view to count, even though it's a tiny little view. I wanted it to count. I went in there, I hit the like button, and I seen it, and it pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie, and it hurt my feelings.
I get it. I get it.
Feelings.
I understand 100%. I totally get it. But I'm just saying that to be you're talking about, I heard you earlier, I think, saying that you know, you want to be a successful channel and you want to be an auditor, you want to do it your way, blah 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 yada. Maybe one of those steps to like, I'm changing, I'm totally evolving. Every day I go out, I evolve. Like, I don't, you know, I'm changing tactics. I'm learning what the subscribers respond to a little better, and what not to say on lives and shit like that. And
I get it.
Maybe one of those things you got to look at is to you know, throw a little bit of what, you know, put a little bit of that what's that shit called you put on canvas in your canvas tent and it waterproofs it? Scotch guard. Spray a little Scotch guard on your back and let that
Basically,
shit
I
roll
shouldn't
off.
wear my heart on my sleeve and let things
Yeah,
affect me.
because I did that too for a long time. I wore my heart on my sleeve for a long time, brother. I mean, it was that was most of my life was lived on my sleeve. And when I started letting people in through like all this YouTube, when I started this whole YouTube thing, I realized real quick that a lot of people aren't really who you think they are,
Exactly.
and it there's no connect. You know what I mean? There's no connection, like physical connection between these people. You know, so
Yeah.
I had to stop kind of really giving myself to a lot of people, and I'm still struggling with that. I still, you know, I still use the word loosely a lot when I shouldn't, but you know, you can still love everybody, but not quite let them totally into your heart is all I'm saying, you know?
You have
Right.
to have safeguards for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you have to pick and choose what you actually want to divulge, because if it's okay, let's put it this way: if somebody can dig it out, for argument's sake, let's take a different channel altogether, Clown's channel, right? They have lots of people who do lots of research, and they go and get all the information that is publicly available, and then they publicize it and use that information against somebody that they don't like. And I agree with what you're saying, Angry Vet, regarding moving on. Have you say move on? This situation with Levi Jeans there, I think the law is going to sort that one out, and hopefully won't be on YouTube for a while. I think that we've exposed him for what he is, and I think now it's time to either move on to somebody else doing something similar and highlighting them, or alternatively moving on and doing what people do best, which is protecting rights
Yeah.
and getting more people involved in that, getting the message out.
Yeah, I suggested to Tats the other day. I said, like, if you want to stay hot on this guy, start another YouTube channel that only that specifically targets stolen valor, and then separate the two channels but don't let it consume you so much to where you lose yourself in it.
I think
I'll be
Tats
right
will
back, guys. I'm going to make sure my two youngins get in bed real quick. Y'all can just carry on.
Good. I think Tats will be a lot better when he goes to prison. He'll feel a lot better.
Well, John said that in the chat. Don't let it consume you.
Exactly. How you doing, John?
When you
hey, Anarchy Television.
Anarchy, we know how you doing, mate. What was I going to say? Yeah. You were saying about not wearing your heart on your sleeve.
Oh yeah.
As long as well, I don't. I'm passionate about protecting rights, whether that be here in the UK, where we don't really have them, but that's separate, or over in the States where you've got rights that are being eroded away because local provinces, councils, etc., are bringing in unconstitutional bylaws.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you a question, Grim. Are you guys are allowed to have protests?
Yes, as long as we ask permission.
So with whose permission?
Local council, the police. You have to tell them in advance of the route that you're taking, and ultimately it is down to the police whether you can have that protest.
Okay, because I was just wondering why there aren't so many protests of
because people are sheep
getting some rights.
Well, okay, I mean that goes back to the late 70s and into the 80s when unions were strong and they were able to pull people out, and people withdrew their labor. They went on strike. They had massive protests. They had people on picket lines, etc. And the government came in, passed a few laws, and all of a sudden you couldn't have more than 5 people on a picket line. You couldn't, all you could do is stand there with placards. You couldn't try and stop people from going in. So you could talk to them, but you couldn't stand in the way, otherwise you'd be arrested. Now you can apply to have an authorized march, right? I call it the equivalent of an unsponsored walk. And there's quite a few of them going on. Personally speaking, I don't think that the sponsors walks do anything. They don't change anybody's opinion that matters, because the government always win. And it's that which we need to publicize, and we need to wake people up with the truth at the end of the day. I mean, I've been called a crank and all sorts of things. Fair enough, I don't care. I know.
I could just Google this, but I'm really lazy and I'm tired as hell, so I'm just gonna ask you. Are you guys allowed to vote for your next prime minister and the people who?
No, you vote okay, so you vote for a party, right? The party with the greatest majority then forms a government. Technically, we go and ask permission from the king. We've got X number of people. We've got the majority. Can we form a government? And obviously, the rubber stamp comes out. and then the leader of that party is the prime minister.
Okay.
And so when the leader drops down, right, from that position, a new leader is picked, and they become prime minister.
Okay, so if so people don't really vote; they just vote for a party.
They vote for individuals in their local area, for the
Okay.
local MPs,
And like
whichever party has the majority of MPs forms a government. Or if there's
wouldn't
not
you think that they would try to vote for someone who's, when they're doing their thing before the election?
The only time you see an MP is leading up to a general election. The general election is when you vote for your local MP. You decide who you want to represent you in Parliament. As soon as you vote, you are effectively signing away what little rights you have, because theoretically, you're voting for that person to represent you in Parliament,
Well,
and they're
I understand
answerable
that,
to
but
you locally, but they're not. Once they get into Parliament, they are then governed by whatever party line there is, etc. It's too much of a shambles. We've had the same style of government now for probably a decade, and in the last 2 years or so, we probably had 3 prime ministers. None of them were voted for by the voters. They were voted for by the membership of that party, and then the parliamentary party.
Now, in order, like, you know how they send out commercials and all that stuff, they vote for me type stuff before their election. Yeah,
it's not done. It's not done in via TV or anything. But
I understand. I'm just trying to say, do they ever try to say, "Hey, I'm going to give you guys your rights. I'm going to give you guys your rights back," to try to get their voters?
Well, that would be. There are smaller parties that do that, but they never get anywhere because people don't. I mean, it's rare that you get an independent MP. Rare, very rare.
Wow.
It's usually a party.
You would think that people would want their rights back, to have back.
People don't know about what they can do and what they can't do. People just follow what they're told they can do.
That's the same way as over here, bro.
But not as bad. Having to go to a park, one little tiny space, in order to have free speech.
Well, that's because there's an illusion that people have free speech, right? When the politicians talk about free speech in Great Britain, it's an illusion, because you don't, because there's so many laws which say you can't do this, you can't do that. The only thing which I would sort of agree with is that people have the right to freedom of expression.
Yes.
Okay. However, that right, could be that if you offend someone or potentially offend someone, then you will get charged with causing a disturbance through to incitement to riot, anything that they can put on you to stop you. Wow. Basically, right? Because there's many laws there.
You told me about that, because they're more about like feelings and stuff.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's feelings. We have feelings enforcers.
Oh, these, yes.
There's a few people who, when they go out trying to protect their rights, such as filming in public, some people are great in the way that they do it. Okay, they don't come across as being antagonistic. In other words, they don't go there to find out to cause an argument.
What's up? What's up, HR? HPR? How's it going, buddy?
I understand what you mean.
HPR News, how are you doing?
HP.
Angry Vet dropped off. He might come back in. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone for a smoke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so a lot of newspapers in the past have been shut down. They've been censored because they've gone against what is allowed, shall we say. And they've been, this is from the left and the right. And when the internet became available.
Okay, but who gets to make the choice of what's normal and what's
the state? The state, because they have a propaganda machine that puts out their narrative. At the moment, we've got the state, as in the Tories who run the country, the Conservatives. Right, we've got a prime minister who was elected by the Conservative Party members, not by.
Hello, Veterans Affair.
Hi, mate. Hello, Tats.
Hello, AVA.
What's up, Tats?
I'm guessing if AVA is here, then STC
doing
must have stopped.
Yeah. So the Matt, as I was saying, a lot of press got shut down. Right, this is back in the 80s. Right, once the internet came about and people started to get access to it, it changed. So the government decided to introduce legislation to protect themselves from people like me who speak out about them, against them, or point out how stupid they are operating. Yeah. So
what's up, Mitch?
If I was to operate from within the UK, right, technically, the sort of things which I talk about could be seen as treason, you know, and I could get arrested theoretically.
But nobody knows who you are.
Well, yeah, some people do, but not many. And that's the best way. I'm a voice. That's all I am, and I want to protect what little rights I have on this island, right?
Yeah.
But then I want more. I want what you've got, you and me, for us. But I think that your constitution doesn't go far enough because not enough people go out and use their rights. They fall into the same category as lemmings or sheep.
I mean, there's a lot of different reasons for that. There's the schools don't teach them.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. That's what I'm saying. It's about state
Stuff
indoctrination.
like that, you know. Yeah.
When you're born, you have more rights, right? Until you go to school. Once you start going to school, whether it be nursery school, Sunday school, or whatever, right? You are taught about your rights from their perspective.
Exactly.
Not talk about you're not taught about freedom. You know, you're not allowed to have freedom. You've got to do what the government says. People elect, adults elect the people to go into power, etc. Once you've done that, they decide what you can do and what you can't do. And that's the way that I see it. I mean, I could be totally wrong. And the state don't take away, educate people in a way that means that they know that they got rights, but they don't know how far they can go with it. They don't know what is protected.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I see it all the time. There's a few people who I don't particularly watch because I don't like their style and it's very repetitive. But that's personal choice. But I support their right to go out and do what they do. You with me? Because if you don't do it, then that right goes away. It's as simple as that. Taking photography in public, it's not a crime. But the way that people are treated, you'd think it was. You know? Just want to catch up with the chat. We've got private
What's up, C4T?
Kaiser in, old Git 65. How you doing, Mitch? Veteran, nice to see you. But yeah, I mean, this is what I find.
Yeah, I mean,
I find what the Americans are doing
but
fascinating.
Yeah, and after watching all these auditing videos, you know, in the U.S., it just is.
If you want an unbiased opinion,
it just drives me crazy.
Yeah,
finding out that you guys don't even have those rights to even fight for.
Right. So yeah, I'll give you. Look up Bear Britain audits. Okay.
I subscribe to him. Remember?
Great. Yeah.
When I was there. Yeah.
Watch some of his stuff and the shorts that he does, and some of the audits, right? And the way that he talks to people. When he first started, he was very angry. He came across as being angry and very authoritarian, shall we say. He was always effing and jeffing and things like this. He's come a long way, and he's changed his style.
You said he used to like curse.
Oh yeah, he did.
Okay, so if he did,
he could get into serious. He could get. Well, I say it's not serious trouble, but he could get hounded by
arrested.
Yes.
He could get arrested.
Yeah.
For doing that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But he has changed his style. He's grown. He's matured, I think. So the thing that what you have to learn from your mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't learn from your mistakes, then you've got a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
PK
Audits, how you doing, mate? Good morning to you.
What's up, PK?
PK Audits is another guy who is non-aggressive in the style, which is to me the right way to do it.
Like
passive, non-aggressive, so to speak. You with me, or passive aggressive, whichever way you want to look at it.
Just go in there as a normal human being, as if you didn't have a video camera, you know.
Yeah, I mean, once you hit,
don't cause crap.
When you get,
all right, bye, Tats.
See you, Tats. Sorry, mate, I didn't shut up.
No, it's all good. I had a family reunion today, and I was tucking a couple my cousins and nephews and stuff like that, just asking them what they're being taught in school and stuff like that.
Mm.
And I even asked them, I was like, hey, do you guys know what your rights are? Did they teach you that? None of them could tell me. And like one of them's in college. It's sad.
Well, college students, um, depending on what
No,
their
I mean she's went through all the way through middle school, high school, and still
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
even
yeah,
know.
but
Yeah.
but you go through the system, okay, and when you get to college, university, adult education, right? Shall we say? Once you get into to that, if you're politically aware, then you will probably find a group and you'll associate yourself with that group.
Yeah.
At one time, students in the UK were militant, right?
Mhm.
They would have sit-ins, they would have demonstrations, but they didn't ask permission. Oh, by the way, can I have permissions to go and sit in the Vice Chancellor's office and stay overnight? You know, they invaded, all right, and they had a way of getting their point across in a non-violent way, right?
Gosh,
All that is gone.
I don't even know what the UK thinks about what happened on January the 6th then.
Well,
wow.
that to me was down to people reading into what was being said and reading between the lines and coming up with well, trying to work out what 2 and 2 was, but instead of coming up with 4, they came up with 27. It was their own interpretation.
Yeah, there were too many crazy people.
But that was, there was a lot of infiltrators causing trouble. The majority of people who went into the capital didn't do anything. They didn't attack anyone. They didn't cause any issues. There was a couple that may have gone a bit too far.
Yeah, the police even let them in.
Yeah,
one of the points.
but was it one single person's leadership? Was it because of what Trump said? I think it was because of misinterpretation. I can't blame Trump as the person who's turned around and said, you have to go in and storm the Capitol. What he didn't say that. He was talking about protecting rights from his point of view, and people interpreted what he was saying in a direct action and did something direct. Invaded the capital. It's never been done before, you know.
Except for not till, I mean, not since 1814.
I wouldn't even really call it an invasion, really, to be honest with you.
It's a protest.
The media spun that. You know, the media made it a lot worse than what it was apparently supposed to be, and then the police made it 10 times worse by letting everybody in, and then calling foul. Like,
yeah, like why didn't they go after the people who were breaking the windows and all that stuff, and then letting all the other people?
Well, they were the instigators of violence. They wanted it more than
and just like if there was one person, or I don't know, maybe it had to be a group of people, but made a
but there was also
a halo or a thing to hang the vice president.
Hello, Patriot, Rowdy Patriot.
What's up, Rowdy?
People have still got their own opinion on January 6th, which is fine. That's the beauty. You can have a debate. You can talk about it. But the facts are, or the question is, did Trump instigate it? or did people misunderstand or the message that he was saying?
The
'Cause
more
I
I
don't
talk,
think
the more I talk to people, like just right now, you kind of changed my mind a little bit, even more. And I believe it, like immersion, interpretation, Ugh. Interpretation.
interpret. Yes, it was the way they saw it.
But the fact that he waited so long to call the National Guard. I mean, if someone storming the White House, I mean, they'd be there in like that military.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's highly protected by the military. I just want, Rowdy Patriot, I agree to a certain extent of what you're saying, right? There was people who were who went in and exercised their rights, but there was also agitators and infiltrators from the state who were trying to make it worse than what it was.
Yes.
Right. And okay, a couple of windows got smashed. Whoopee. Nobody was injured, so to speak, right? Nobody went in there to
except for that one girl but she was trying to crawl into the freaking to where the senators and stuff. So they basically had to do that. They had to protect them.
Yeah,
I mean, because they didn't know what that person had.
Yeah, well, right. Again, it's down to perception. It's also down to what people are trained to do. Okay. Yeah. Now, when I say that nobody was injured, nobody was killed, etc., what I'm referring to is that the intent was not there. Right? People got injured because it wasn't staged, and that proved it to me that it wasn't staged. It was a spur of the moment thing, and it was individuals banding together with one cause or a common cause.
Right? And I see that, and I see that happening again, but not with the same type of people.
No. My fear is that you could end up. People could go down a rabbit hole that they can't get out of.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Although they are exercising their rights, they take it too far, right? And when I say to take it too far, I mean, you could get a crazed idiot with a gun going into a place and letting loose. There's enough of that as it is that goes on. To me, that's not protecting your rights. That's going against them.
Five cops did die, so I
mean, if you're peaceful, it's only going to be the stormtroopers that are going to be violent. Yeah. And I've seen that so many times. The police instigating things.
When you see it, they just start running up there, and then they start smashing in the windows and stuff. But then later on, the cops let them in. It's like, okay, this doesn't make sense, but okay. But anyways, I don't even know how we got onto this subject, but
you asked me about.
I know. Nightmare, are you there? Or are you watching in your television show? James. Nightmare.
He's asleep. No, he's popped out for a minute or three. Angry Vet.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say congratulations on your speech earlier that you made. It made perfect sense to me what you were talking about.
Well, thank you.
And I think it is, personally speaking, this is just for me, I think it is time to move on. Look, Wrangler is in the past. He's in my rearview mirror. Okay. And I don't wear a purple heart on my sleeve either. But having a joke is one thing, but there's more important things that I feel that we need to do as a group of people standing up for rights, rather than, because we are becoming them. If we're not careful, we will become them. We will be calling everybody out for this, that, and the other, and I don't like that person, and we'll end up like a clown, basically.
It's already
and I don't
starting.
want that to happen.
Yeah, it's already starting, and the players, I'm not gonna go into my personal opinions about it, but there are players out there that are professional shit starters, fire starters, and they know what buttons to push, and they know how to get people against each other, and
then step back and watch the shit fly.
Yeah.
And deny all knowledge of doing, or deny that they've done it, or they instigated it. You're right. The professionals, the shields, they actually work for the state indirectly. I mean, some of them might actually work for the state. But guys, I always say one thing: doesn't matter who you vote for, the government still gets in.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I mean, okay, if you had a national subscription to the military, right, from when you were young, this first came about back in the 40s, okay, when they needed people to join the military to fight against the aggressor, right, because of World War One, World War II, and then World War II, okay. This is, if you brought that in now, you'd have to have a justification for it. So, in some ways, I think it might be, it would be a good idea, because it would stop people being on the streets. At least they'd be doing something constructive, and it cut down on unemployment automatically. But is it right to have a national subscription to force people into the military to do service? Or should it remain as a voluntary subscription?
Well, it's going to get to the point where it's coming, because the military these days, and the kid, like, they can't rely on the kids anymore, really, because one.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to excuse myself for a minute.
No worries. One, the kids are a lot dumber, but in a sense they're smarter, because a lot of these vets and a lot of their families are saying, yeah, don't do it. Don't go into the military. I mean, I'm guilty of it. I tell people all the time not to go into the military, and if they absolutely feel like they have to do it, to go into the Air Force and get all the schooling that they can get. And it's a shame.
I'll be right back, guys.
It's a shame that it's like that, but that's the way it is nowadays. And because the military is not going to take care of you when you get out,
And KS2OF, K2SOFD. I'm just gonna call him Dustin. He said that they changed the date, or I mean the age, for if they had to get people for war, like all the way up to 65, and they would just put them in the front line.
Well,
I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, I'm against the idea of national subscription, because I think it goes against people's rights And when I say that, I mean it should be the choice for people to do to go into the military. But I think it should be. I
mean,
think that
if you,
I think it's going to change very soon, right? And I think
if you force someone, they're going to be in there, and they're not going to give them 100%.
Okay, I just wanted to interject for a second. Sorry for my absence, guys. But when something bothers me, and that I try to fix the situation, I just had a conversation with Gloria. We talked about it. Everything is good. No hard feelings toward her at all, and I'm sure she feels the same. Angry Vet, I want to thank you for coming up here a while ago and helping me calm down. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, all you guys. I appreciate you. But thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting the conversation.
Anytime,
no,
brother.
that's fine.
I
I haven't a clue what you're talking about. I missed it, so it doesn't affect me.
But sometimes that's all you have to do. You have to make things right, and it was bugging me, and I just wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a type of person. I don't want to be angry at anybody. You know what I mean? I don't. If there's a problem, I want to try to be adults and work it out.
Did she ask you why she did?
It that's irrelevant. But you know what I mean? It's
no,
irrelevant.
Actually, it is at this moment, because I wanted to know if it had to do with me.
Oh, I have no clue. That was,
Okay, all right.
That's something that you would have to deal with, Indiana.
Yeah.
Right. Just to change the subject again, because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole that I don't know anything about, to be honest. And I don't want to get involved in what I think it's serious, but it's in the greater scheme of things. It's not. You with me? We should mend bridges. Simple as that.
Right. And that's like, when somebody has had a problem, and that I think that two people, regardless of whatever situation it is, if you have a problem with somebody, you just go to them and you talk with them, and at the end of the conversation, you're either going to solve the problem or you're just not going to talk anymore. It's that simple.
I had a conversation with someone yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And I said, to her, I said, look, it's great. I like the fact you come over, you come to join us, etc. But there's a lot of people who don't trust because of what's gone on in the past. So that's between you and them. It's got nothing to do with me. But all I want is for people to be able to work together and put their personal differences aside, and then that way we can move forward. And there's a lot of people who have a lot of experience in different areas. We've got people who can edit, people who can do memes, etc. Let's focus on what we can do to start publicizing what it is that we're trying to do and get more people involved. It's taken 2 years to get to this point for me. But it's worth it.
2 years. It's
2 years.
And it's going to last a lot longer.
Working behind the scenes.
Yes.
Working with other people.
That's awesome.
Coming onto lives, making virtual friends, right? But at the same time, listening.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. That's what I said. It's about listening. That's what I just thought, because you were saying something.
This is what Grim is talking about. I suggest you should subscribe. It's free.
I'm going to give you a scoop. All right. I'm planning on continuing this idea that I've got around coming together. And the group of people who are behind it, we are getting bigger. through vigilante.media. That's the forum. And
Oh my
people
gosh.
have put their own ideas in there. We've got links in there to different things now. We've got our own link to an open forum, verbal forum, chat, etc.
Awesome.
Through Jitsi. Just click on the link, it'll take you straight to it. If you want your avatar up there, you just register with Gravatar, I think it is, and you can get your avatar in. But you don't have to. You with me? You can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself, and you get known for that within that group. You know, as you come in, and it's a safe place to talk. So if you've got a bone to pick, or you want to talk about the next stages or an idea you've got people you can bounce the ideas off in there.
Okay, now I've wondered, and people probably wondering ideas about what? Are there any subjects? It could be anything, or
it could be anything. Yeah, I mean, it could be an idea or a project. Let's say, for instance, you Nightmare, you want to go out, you're doing your audits, but you want honest feedback, right? But you want it in a safe area, so that it can't be used against you, right? You can go in there, you can play one of your audits unedited, you know, play the whole thing, talk about it, and people can give their honest opinions, right? A lot of people, I'll give you an example. You go to, let's say, a police station, right? Common ground.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't get any interaction, or you get an interaction where the police they're not asking you stupid questions, and, you know, they're accepting that, you know, when they ask you who you are, you just turn around and say, well, I don't answer questions, you know, or I only give certain information, etc. Right. And it's not foot pressed. You with me? To me, that is what you want. That's a good audit.
Exactly.
Right?
That you want to show that.
You have to show that, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah.
In the same way that you have to show the tyrants. Right?
Exactly.
And then you've got something that you can measure by. You with me? And you can turn around and say, well, hang on, this police station did this and this one did this. Right? What's the difference? And if it's the same auditor, right, and it's done exactly the same way on both sides, right, you can't, the reaction of what's on the camera, what the camera records, right, you're not provoking a reaction if you are calm, etc. The reaction comes from the stormtroopers, right? And you can't make them look bad. They can only make themselves look bad, you know, at the end of the day. PK, what's that you put in? You have to show both sides. If you can, why can't you? Well, you can. You should. And that's my opinion.
They can. It's just people want the drama, and that's how they get their money.
Yes.
More people they get more views, clicks. It's all called about clicks and views.
But some people do it in a different way. They use humor, right?
Yeah, I need to step in. I need to step in on that one because I hear what you're saying, Indiana, but here's the thing. An auditor that you might not like because you think they're out there for just clicks and views. Well, that auditor just got 150,000 views on that video that you didn't like. It got out there though, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It might not be the way you would do it, and it might not be the way you like, but it got out
No,
there.
I'm just saying, like, people who I'm talking about auditors that antagonize the cops.
I'm guilty.
Yeah, but I'm
guilty
learning that
100%.
I'm learning even as we go that sometimes you have to antagonize a little bit to press the issue.
Yeah.
It depends.
I'm
I think
100%
right.
guilty.
I meant
Okay.
how strongly you're doing it.
PK audit says just picking up on, because you know me, I like to involve the chat. I mean, we've got a number of auditors in here. We got auditors in the chat as well, right? It's consistency. It's not easy as we react to what is said. I totally agree. Right, and to get content, it's dead easy if you talking to law enforcement. If you're talking to law enforcement, you need to record all the time. What the problem is, what's this? Getting content out, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. They all work together to stop your content. Yet they put terms and conditions on it. You know,
Same with YouTube.
And this is the problem. And that changes depending on what direction they want you to go in. But I'm not talking. To me, I don't think that an auditor should be going out and causing the drama. If there's going to be drama, it should, in my opinion, it's the reaction. But you have to control your own reaction, and you have to stay calm. So you're not letting them get to you, because that's what they want. They want to escalate it. So they cause the drama, and if you react to it, you're as guilty as they are.
Well, I agree to that point, Lee, except for what you said just at the end. I think if you're respectful to the cops and they're disrespectful to you, you have every right to be disrespectful back.
Well, and that's subjective though, because
Yes.
what I see as disrespect might not be what you see as disrespect, or what some of my subscribers see as disrespect. You know?
No, you're right. I said that earlier. You know, like who chooses what's common or what's, you know. Everybody has their own thing, you know.
Yeah,
So
but I'm not.
You're right. 100%,
I'm not.
Angry Vet.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't. What I'm trying to say is that the content that you put out, right, should be, and this is only again my opinion, should be a true reflection of that interaction. What a lot of auditors do is that they only show the drama, or they emphasize the drama for clicks and views, and they treat it as a business rather than. I believe that it's educational. The viewer is being educated by what they see, and they're being coerced into a certain point of view. But if an auditor is neutral, right, all the way through an interaction, regardless of how the law enforcement or the Karens are, etc., so long as you stick to your own beliefs, and if you can do it in a calm manner, you're not the aggressor. It just shows people up to be an aggressor. There's a number of auditors that stay calm, and then there's others that take the mickey, shall we say, right? And people will see that and highlight that and try and use that against that auditor.
Like judges.
Yeah. I can't judge people. I shouldn't judge people.
Well, I seen a video today that just absolutely pissed me off the way this cop acted, and that this lady, you know, all she done, which is a constitutional protected activity. It's free speech. She flipped this cop off, and he totally wigged out on her and tried to arrest her and shit. And just it was. I mean, I just can't believe there's still ignorance like that out there.
Well, that's because the cop took it personally.
Oh yeah,
right?
He got ass hurt.
And
Absolutely.
you know, okay, flipping
Maybe
somebody off.
maybe that cop was from the UK.
Let's put it this way. Over here, we could be arrested for it, right? Technically, right? They'll find some trumped up charge, right? It's called revenge. And that's the same as I've seen in the States, where a driver has flipped a cop off, right? And the copper has then done a U-turn, chased after them, etc., and then tried to get them on anything, you with me, just to get their own back. And I'm not talking about an auditor. I'm talking about a member of the public who's done this and then filmed it. And all they've done is filmed the interaction and found a way of putting it up onto YouTube or onto social media. But they're not an auditor. That's just a run-of-the-mill person who knows what their rights are. And they know that flipping a cop off is freedom of speech. Visual freedom of speech, so to speak, right? Freedom of expression. You know? So, yeah, I mean, this is my problem, is that people don't know what their rights are. And if they do, then practice it. That's it. That's all I can say is practice it. You know? That way you don't lose it. I miss smoking on an airplane. Yeah, smoking anyways curtailed. That's another thing.
You know, I see Angry Vet's point of view, and I see everybody's point of view on different things. And
Yeah, me too.
You know, AVA, for example, he has every right to be pissed off and recording and doing what he's been doing because of the way they're treating him. Same way with Angry Vet. For y'all that don't know, yeah, Angry Vet has done audits, but the way they treated him is bullshit. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And why would you treat somebody like that? I don't understand why you would fucking
right. Let's not get confused.
It's all because of the camera.
It's the camera, and they don't want to be filmed because they come across as being the bad guy, shall we say, right? But it's they're enforcing their policy where they work onto visitors.
Well, you know what makes me madder than anything is these cops that violate people's rights, and just even government officials that violate people's rights, knowing damn well there's cameras watching them. The public has access to them. They can get through records requests and shit, and they still, even with body-worn cameras and cameras in the police station, and then, you know, all these places where you can records request this, they still act the way they do, and it's like, wow, you know,
because there's no accountability. The police themselves, because
they have qualified immunity, and the police unions. They know that you know, well, all they got to say is, well, I didn't know that was a law, and they're exempt from it because of qualified immunity.
And with the union, if they get fired, they can just go to a different town or different county and become a cop again.
Yes, that to me is the most important thing there that you said, right? You don't have a national register of coppers who, if you like, been struck off, so they can't
Yeah.
apply anywhere. Now that's one thing which we do have, right? If a police officer gets undrawn and quartered, shall we say, for their actions through the internal process, they are banned from being able to apply anywhere to become law enforcement again. Unfortunately,
that's exactly what we need.
Unfortunately, they're allowed to get a security badge, and they can become security. But they don't have any rights of arrest or anything like that. But once a time,
they can be more cop.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't have them. They don't have any rights. They can't arrest you.
Everybody needs to keep Brooklyn in your prayers. I heard he's sick and not feeling good.
Oh dear.
Probably after eating that chip or whatever. So let's just keep him in our prayers and thoughts.
Yeah, I don't like anybody suffering from.
Where'd you hear that?
I just heard it through the grapevine, but yeah,
heard it through the grapevine. Great song.
Dude, you gotta tell me who.
Wrangler is better than all you losers. Well, that's your opinion.
I appreciate your opinion.
Way to go, Flames. I appreciate your comment, but you can also go suck my dick.
Well, I don't know Wrangler on a personal basis, right? I just don't agree with what he's doing and the way he's going about things. I'm not talking about calling out auditors. I'm talking about the way that when he wants something, he cons people or uses a perception so that people will donate towards something. You know?
Exactly.
So yeah.
Well,
he's made his.
I believe in freedom of speech, and thank you for expressing your freedom of speech. But
here's something that gets me. Okay, see you later, Vet. I love you, buddy.
Hey, later, Vet.
You have
Take care,
my
mate.
number.
Love you
Call
too,
me,
bro.
You have my number, buddy. Call me.
Yeah, his computer died as well. So,
here's the way I look at things. I hear so much about that e-begging shit that even with the tools that YouTube has given me, and that I'm afraid to say, hey guys, it's okay to be if you want to be a member, you know what I'm saying? Guys, if you want to show donut appreciation, you can leave a super chat or whatever. I've heard people talk against it so much that I'm even afraid to use the tools that YouTube gives because people are like, going to be negative about it, and I do know that there is people that go overboard with it. What's up, Scotto?
I think that it should be, personally speaking, if people want to use Super Chat and do it that way, to donate to a creator, right? That is fine. There's no issues with that from my point of view. What I'm talking about is when people turn around and try and get money for a particular thing, right?
Right.
And using children as a way of generating income, shall we say? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's that I'm against. It's not. If a channel is monetized, right? There's no reason why you can't put out super chats or mention super chats, mention the fact you got membership. There's no reason why not, but it's the way that you do it, right?
Right.
There's a difference, and I know you're struggling with the balance, okay, and I understand that because people are too quick to jump to the wrong conclusions, right? And they call it e-begging. I don't think it is, right? I know quite a few people who are monetized. They mention things. They mention the super chat. They mention the buy a coffee app and things like that. If you're doing something, you're going out and about and you're producing content, that costs money.
Okay.
So your supporters.
Let me ask you a question. If you're on there asking for money because you want to buy a brand new computer and you end up getting $2,000, is that e-begging?
Absolutely.
I'm asking Grim.
Okay, so if you come out and you say it, right, and your supporters donate the money to you for that particular item, if you don't get it, then you are misleading your supporters.
Yeah.
For starters, right? And a lot of channels I've seen do something similar along those lines. I'm a creator, okay? I'm a mouthpiece. You with me? I'm one of these people who spreads the word. Yes,
Exactly.
there is a cost. There is a cost involved, but I will never ask people for money. Not for me, right? And I won't do it on YouTube in any way. So that's it's as simple as that. I'll be back in a minute. Won't be a second.
Okay.
Audits or mini documentary. Yeah. And I've had to come on here a few times since I've been on YouTube and ask people to help. Like when I had to go get my daughter, I had to ask for help, and I don't mind. You know what I mean? Because listen, guys, I don't mind telling anybody I'm a poor motherfucker. I don't make a lot of money, but in the same respect, all my bills are paid. My children have clothes on their backs. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, sometimes like having to go get my daughter, I had the money to get up there.
Right. Sorry, guys, I'm back now.
I had the money to get there, but I got to look at it. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to make it home and have to take her where she needs to go. You know what I'm saying? Because I had a lot of running, and that's why I asked for help.
But that's not e-begging.
No,
that's not e-begging, right? It's a particular thing, and it's all right. And if you explain, right, to me, that is not e-begging. If you are using that money for that particular thing, that is not e-begging.
And I showed receipts. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, look, guys, this is where I'm at. You know what I mean? Because I wanted everybody to understand I wasn't doing it to get money or whatever. You know, I showed everybody I'm in Mount Juliet. You know what I mean? This is the gas station where I stopped. This is how much money I put in gas. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's because I like being transparent like that.
Yeah. We're not all in a position where we can fund everything ourselves. Right. Sometimes you have to look elsewhere, for whether it be on a personal level or whatever. But you see, if people like you, right, and they like the content and they like what you say and they're behind you 100%, your supporters will give money. Okay, they will do. It's fact of nature, right? It's when I see people being misled. That's the problem.
Okay, so what is, in your opinion, is the definition of e-begging?
People pretending to be homeless when they don't have to be, when they are offered a way out where they can get property or live in a property. and then they go down the route of I'm homeless, but that is actually your choice, unless you're open and honest. And there's a couple of channels. I won't say auditors because I don't see them as auditors, but a couple of channels where people have made the choice not to live in property, right? And they live
like Jeremiah.
No. Leaving him out of it for a second, right?
Okay.
I'm talking about people who are totally open and honest, right?
Okay.
And they've turned around and said, I've made this decision to live in my car, etc., because people who are homeless are mistreated constantly by the authorities.
Oh, of course.
And they live that life out of choice, but they don't necessarily. They may have a job or they may get some work, etc. But if people donate, they know what they're donating for and the reasoning why.
Yeah.
Right. That's not e-begging.
And see, Jeremiah never one time in the almost the year that I've known that man has never showed a receipt for any fucking thing. You know? And then when somebody asks about a receipt or something like that, he gets mad. Even his own subscribers, he's called them assholes for even asking. Like, well, you donated the money to me. What do I need to show you what it went for? You know what I mean? It's called transparency. You're the motherfucker up here begging and asking for help. Why wouldn't you show it if it's true?
Yeah, but their argument is, I shouldn't need to. I don't have to. Which is true. They don't. It's, to me, that's they're hiding behind something. That's all. It's just a personal point of view. If you're out and about, you're making content. If you're not making it for, if you're asking for donations, right, to cover your costs or to help cover your costs of producing things, that's totally different. That is not e-begging, right? That is being totally open and saying, look, to do what I do is costing X, Y, and Z, right? But I can't afford to do it all the time. I can't afford to put my hand in my pocket because I just haven't got the finances, right? If you can help out in any way, be really appreciated, and I'll thank you in advance, but you don't have to. Now, some people say that that's psychological e-begging. I don't think it is, right? I think you're being open and honest about it. And then you've got people who just want to make a profit out of YouTube or TikTok, and they treat it like a business, which is what Angry Vet was saying earlier on. It's a business to them.
Yeah.
And what is the aim of a business? To make profit. Simple as that.
Like
and he used that profit for
just like Wrangler. So he made up that whole bullshit story about being a wounded vet.
Well, yeah, I don't want using that as an example. That's clear e-begging.
Yes.
Right. From my opinion. But what was I going to say? The way that PK Audits has put it, it's talking about people who need a home, right? If you need a home, then that's different. You weren't making a profit. So if, for argument's sake, right? Oh, in the UK, to be able to get private accommodation, rented accommodation, you need to put deposits down, etc. If you need that, if you're a creator and you're being open and honest, there's no harm in asking your subscribers to help you, because it's for a particular thing. You're not making a profit out of it. It's for a particular thing. But if you get challenged on it, show the receipts. Always have your receipts available just in case you're challenged. that way, and I agree with what Nightmares is saying, it means that you're being transparent. You know, if you're not being transparent, then I wouldn't have anything to do with it. If I was donating money to people, I don't actually donate to people. I donate to the network. There's a difference.
Yeah.
But you know, that's the thing. I don't care. You know, I agree. It's evolved into a pay-per-view. I agree with that in some sense. You know, and you know what? I don't care if. I mean, it's nice when people donate because it does cost gas and things like that. And I do feel strong about what I'm doing, and that's why I don't do it as much, is because I really don't have the gas and stuff. But what I do, and I'm doing it for a reason. Like I said, with Paris, I have a reason. You know, I heard all people trolls say, "Well, you don't never see them auditing in their own hometown." That's where I started, right here where I live, and it was because of a tyrannical cop. Yeah. And for reasons I can't talk about because of what's going on, he is involved in a court case. It did shine a lot of light on what's going on, and the chief of police, what I can say is, has been suspended. And
right. But that's where
so he's on a paid vacation.
No,
yeah,
actually, no,
you've started auditing because of personal circumstances. A lot of auditors do that, right? Which is great because there is a personal investment, right? And maybe originally you weren't thinking so far in front that you're thinking, oh, actually, if I do this, I can get loads of subscribers, I can make lots of money, blah blah blah. You don't come across as being like that, and that's not the reason why you started. But once you've done your home area, you've got to go elsewhere. That costs money.
Yep.
And somewhere along the lines, you've got to be able to cover the costs one way or another, right?
I mean, when we first started talking, Nightmare and I, you didn't even have a vehicle at that moment.
PK's put something out there. He wants to travel 100 miles, and did 80 miles yesterday. Right? I don't expect money for fuel. It would be nice, but it couldn't. But if I couldn't afford it, I'd go closer. Yeah, you go within wherever you can and what you can afford. You know, if you've got a family, you may not be able to afford to go far because of limited income or high expenditure. You may not have a vehicle. So to some point, you are relying on the good nature of other people so you can travel from, further afield. You're not asking for money. I think this issue of money is where the trolls like digging up crap and creating crap, even if there isn't any. You with me? It's just their way in. So I'm always wary, and I've always made it clear that as far as YouTube goes, even if I got to a situation where I could be monetized, I wouldn't, on principle, because I don't want the trolls using that against me. Because the bigger picture isn't about that. The bigger picture is about bringing people together. Yeah, that's how I see it.
I'm not. I don't ever plan on being monetized, but I would love to have subscribers so I could spread. Like if you come on, like you do your special, and I put it in my comment, pay goes to a lot more people, you know, or something like that.
Yeah. PK audits, the problem is the hotels where they are. He's referring to the migrant situation and also the cost of staying somewhere. All of that has to be taken into account. Whether you're you're going somewhere where you're going to be spending a couple of days in an area, or whether you're traveling to and from, that still costs money.
Yeah.
And if you, as a creator, if you can't afford it, then you can't do it. You're restricted
I mean,
to your own local area.
Unless your subscribers plan on sleeping in your vehicle.
But this is where I'm still talking about. It's about, from that point of view, if it's going to be done, people, if they want to donate, they can do. They can donate through third-party apps. They can donate through YouTube. They can do whatever they want. They can set it up as it stands at the moment, right? But YouTube, don't forget, they're going to enforce and restrict third-party apps from being used and being advertised on YouTube's network. They're only going to allow their authorized donations, should we say, because they want their cut, their 30% or whatever it is. You know,
when are they going to start doing that?
I don't know. I don't know when they're going to start enforcing that. It's in the terms and conditions. They've changed the terms and conditions so that they can do it. But what I would say to you is, if you want to donate to a charity, right, for instance, do you donate directly to a charity or do you donate through a third party?
Exactly.
Right. If you donate through a third party, for argument's sake, $10, £10, whatever, right? Doesn't matter about the amount or the currency, but out of that £10 or that donation, what percentage goes to the charity?
1%.
Depending on what the agreement is. Yes, exactly. Right. So if you're donating through YouTube, right, you know that they're going to take 30%.
Yeah.
So you're only actually donating $7 or £7 out of that tenner.
Yeah.
Right? And it takes a month or more before it gets paid out. It doesn't get paid out straight away. YouTube hold it, the full amount. Why? Because they make interest on it. They make money. That's how it works. That's the reality of things.
Yeah.
I sorted out a few things, a few websites that needed to be renewed, etc. Sent over the money for it to be done. Do you know what I forgot? The third-party charges. I didn't take that into consideration. I just worked out the bottom line as I thought it was and sent the money over so that it could be sorted out. Yeah. I then had a conversation last night and I went, shit, I forgot about that. So I threw some more money in because I don't want people to be out of pocket. You know? Yes, I run the network from a point of view of, from a financial point of view, I will cover as much as I can before I go and ask for donations. And if I haven't got the money, I'll have to wait until I have, you know, because we're too small. You know, we've got to grow.
For the 8 people that are watching right here, do you want to explain what?
Sorry, say that again. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was lost.
What? Sorry, I'm not with you. I've lost my train of thought again.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I kind of lost it too. I don't. Yeah.
What was I talking about? Oh yeah, donations. That was it. See, I don't often talk about donations. It's
No,
into my equation.
I was going to ask you if you would want to describe your vigilante media website.
Okay, so all right, I see what you mean. Sorry, yeah. So vigilante.media is a gateway to a forum for
Forum for
people
what?
to take part in talking about different things that they're doing, different projects, helping other people out. The more people that go in and use the forum, the better it gets, right? Because the people who register, become a member, it is free of charge. There is no cost to any individual. The more people who go in and use that, right, the bigger and better it is. So this discussion around donations, what people, the content people are putting out, you can discuss that in there quite safely and say what you want, right? And put it across the way that you want. The downside, and there's always a downside to every upside, is that it's written. So to get around that, there's an area where you can talk about it away from YouTube, because conversation is where you're going to get more honesty. And you can tell by the tone of voice what people are actually mean, etc. Right? And it's open to everybody. And it doesn't cost you a penny because it's already covered. So if something's not costing you, use it.
Do you have a?
What's up, Miras?
Like
I've got a few
bots?
other things in the pipeline that I want to bring in as well.
Do you have bots or anything that protects people from trolls or people just writing nasty stuff?
Well, nobody can. Okay, so you can, when you first go to vigilante.media, you're asked, if you want to register to see the information behind, if you like, yeah, in more detail, you have to register an email address, right?
Yeah.
That confirms that you are human. But
No.
But hang on.
Okay.
If you stop trolls from coming in, right, then you are stopping free speech.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. So this is where I don't really have an issue with trolls, right?
I'm not talking about.
Thank you, Stone Vet. I
regular
appreciate.
trolls. I'm talking about some like a
Hold on one
really
second,
bad
please.
troll. That's
Give me 1 second, please. Thank you, Stone Vet. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was watching it on my phone, and that. Appreciate you very much, sir. Yeah, we was talking about stolen valor earlier. Now we're talking about donations and stuff like that. If y'all are not subscribed to Stone Vet, go ahead and subscribe to him. Now I will tell you this: if you don't like brutal honesty, don't go to Stone Vets, because you're damn sure going to get it there. and he'll tell you he's not a big fan of auditors, but he's open-minded enough to where he listens. So just saying, if you don't want brutal honesty, don't go to his channel. But I like Stone Vet.
Stone Vet, I just put your link in the chat so that people can go over.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
But this is what I'm talking about, a network. Everyone's got a right to talk. Everyone's got a right to to be supported.
Well, I just meant like I just meant like a really bad troll that's gonna
who's
go
playing
there
the
and talk racist and nasty, dirty stuff that you would never see on. You would never want on anybody to say.
I think that everyone's opinion is important. And for argument's sake, Stone Vet may have a totally different point of view, to me, but I want to know the reasoning why.
Right.
Is it me, or is it, or can I have a conversation, which means that we can be open and honest with each other?
I love that. I love that.
That's the idea behind the network. It's a network of people.
Okay, it's not like a forum where everybody gets to see everybody's conversation.
No. You
And
choose.
that's me too. I like both sides of the arguments. I see, and that's what I've told everybody. And I guess people have called me a bootlicker and I'm a pacifist, and I've heard all different kinds of things. But I'm not. I see both sides. I see why people dislike auditing, and I see why people like it. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to understand both sides. And am I passionate about what I do? Yes. I have a reason for what I do.
But you're a
And it's not-
believer in practicing your rights.
Exactly. And you know, like post offices and things like that, to me, I like the architecture, and I go in there for a specific reason. I want people to understand that we all have rights. Do I push an issue sometimes when I go into a post office? No, I just say, hey, look, I'm exercising my First Amendment right. You don't necessarily have to agree with it. May not agree that you're a fucking postman, but I'm not going to come in here and you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But I get both sides.
Now, the issue with post offices is over in the US is we don't have that.
Everybody wanted
facility.
To see you, but I didn't want to wake you up.
Ah, there she is. Is
just
it he or is
pussy.
she? I keep
Just a
forgetting because all
pussycat.
I can see is a purple heart.
I
I like
I've
taking
never
the
had-
mickey every now and again.
But I've never had a purple heart.
No.
But I will say this. I will say this, though, and then I'll shut up. I'm sorry, Graham. I will say this. Regardless of how somebody feels about what I do, and that Stone Vet is a veteran, I respect what he has done, and I appreciate that. I respect all vets. And I think that's a common ground that we have when we see some asshole that is taking advantage of people, and by using, oh well, I was combat wounded, and you know what I mean, to dishonestly gain funds from somebody because we believe them. I'm guilty of it. I believe the man because, like I said, I do donate to Wounded Warrior Project, and I do things for veterans and things like that. Even here in my community. And it was a slap in the face when I found out what he said. And yes, he's against everything that I stand for as far as an auditor.
I never believed him. I never believed it, and you know that.
I guess I'm naive because I fell for it. I'm just as guilty.
I'd love to have a conversation with Stone Vet and to listen to what he has to say and what he believes. You'll probably find that there is common ground. Majority of people who are exercising their rights one way or another, right? There's common ground. And just because somebody has a different opinion doesn't make them an enemy.
Oh yeah, I would love to have a conversation with him about that, and no disrespect at all. I mean, with the utmost respect. I think two people can have a conversation without being disrespectful to each other.
I agree totally. I've subbed to Stone Vet so I can have a listen, so I can listen to what he has to say, and I can form my own opinion. But I will say this: if you're exercising your right to free speech, I'm never ever going to go against you for it. Maybe I would want to discuss your reasoning and your for what you're saying, etc. and
You know what? I think it
explain
irritates.
why there's a difference.
You know why I think it irritates most veterans, and I'll tell you why. A lot of the auditors irritate a lot of veterans because they claim to love and support the veterans, and they're doing it off their back, saying, "Well, you know, they fought for that right, and they did fight for that right for us to have the freedoms that we do." Absolutely, but don't use it as a tool. You know what I mean, to gain people's respect.
Oh,
that's just my opinion, and you know what I mean, or claim that you're doing it. You're doing it, you know, for that purpose. You know.
I don't think it should be used as a way of getting donations. I think really the way that people should, this is again only my opinion. If people like your content, they'll donate to you, and they'll understand where you're coming from. If you're an anti-auditor channel, right, and you don't get off your backside and practice your rights, then you're part of the problem, because you're going against the rights that people have.
I still don't understand why people are supporting him and giving him money.
Because he's got the gift of the gab.
What did he do? What does he do? He's not funny. He's not good. His voice makes me want to throw up. I mean, damn. I mean,
but look at it this way.
You
You know why people do? I'll tell you why. Because when he first started, and that with Fraud Under Control, let's go back that far. I watched him when he first started with Fraud Under Control, and nobody knew about his criminal history or none of that shit. He was adding a point of view as a veteran, and that, you know, because people are like, you know what I mean? And then he he said, well, I was in the military, you know, and I was wounded in combat. And people are like, wow, man, okay. Well, why can't we trust this guy? He's a veteran, you know, he was wounded in combat. And, you know, you believe that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wouldn't question it. I mean, you know, you just tell him thank you for your service and thank you for what you've done. Yeah. And then people start finding out things because of the shit that he's not telling is it just ain't adding up. Which, you know, I've learned on YouTube, people start smear campaigns for no reason. And I'll be honest with you, I thought that it was a big smear campaign because, you know, he was calling out the other side and how dare they talk to a veteran like that? And I'm having to eat a lot of, excuse me. I'm having to eat a lot of crow because, you know, he fooled a lot of people, not just myself, but a lot of people that believed in him. You know what I mean?
Still now.
And still do.
Well. Okay, can I just can you do me a favor? Can you go back to the chat? PK put in relevance, as he says. He said you can have differing points of view on the same side of the argument. Free speech isn't always welcomed, but that's the right, and that sums things up for me from that point of view. And I totally agree. I can have a discussion on here. And not everybody will agree with me. That's fine. I don't have an issue with that.
You start calling me names and
oh god, yeah, of course I do. Yeah, I always pick on the host. You know.
Yeah, you know.
I don't have a go. I do it in a different way, right?
And then
I'm
I'd
not
be
calling
like,
any.
That damn.
I don't call you out in.
What the hell?
Yeah, well, you've got a sense of humor.
Bang Sammy? Who wants to bang Sammy? What? Where's?
Right, there's another question. There's a question in where was it?
Well, see, if y'all had done that in the form of super chat, I would have paid attention. That was a joke.
Okay.
That was
Okay,
a joke.
all right, can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
Buddy, I thought we already solved it. I thought we already solved this.
Well, you can't get mad. He just wanted to know, why did you support him?
Why did I support him? Oh, because he fooled me.
There you go.
He fooled me the same way Wrangler fooled Nightmare. You know? He told me everything that he told me for a long time. It was the same exact thing. Nothing changed, so it wasn't a lie type thing, you know. Hey, Hennessy. So,
Hi, Hennessy.
Morning, Hennessy.
but then some, you know, then I started noticing some changes and some other things like that, and I was like, "Oh hell no! I'm not being a part of this. I'm not a scam. I don't scam people."
Well, you know, I think the reason I seen through Jeremiah so quickly is because of his bullshit. You know, I seen it immediately. And I think the reason I didn't see it immediately with Wrangler is because there again, my love and support for veterans. Because my grandfather served, my uncles have served, my father, you know what I mean? I didn't get the opportunity to serve because the judge wouldn't sign off on the papers. I wanted to serve. I honestly did. I wanted to go into the Navy. And, you know, I shouldn't, but I didn't get that opportunity. But I'm not going to sit up here and say, you know, make up a whole damn thing about, oh yeah, I was you know what I mean? No, I can give back to the people that have served by, you know, supporting them and things like that. And that's what I thought I was doing. And I was wrong. I was taken advantage of, and you know, like I said, I've had to own that.
Did you?
But we all make mistakes. The question is whether or not you learn from it.
Oh, I learned.
You know.
Did you ever donate to him?
To Wrangler? Absolutely. Yeah, I sure did.
Yeah,
I did. Yeah, I gave him super chats and stuff like that. You know, I was even a paid member. You know, and yeah.
Yeah.
I know that sounds hard to believe, but it's not because I liked what he was talking about, you know. And sometimes, like I've said before, you know, I like a good roast. I'm not going to lie about it. Like when Unclean Hands made the video about us, I laughed about it. I thought his logic was wrong, but I still laughed about it, you know. You know,
I think we've all had haters, for want of a better expression.
And I don't mind telling people sometimes I'm a troll and shit. I like calling people out on their dumb shit.
Yeah, there's a difference. I've got to be honest. If you're calling somebody out, if you've got the evidence to back it up, then show the evidence. If you haven't got the evidence, then and you're calling somebody out for being a rip-off merchant, basically, then you're going to have to keep your gob shut because it's your opinion. But if you state it as your opinion, that's a different kettle of fish. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen what people have said about Wrangler. I don't agree. I've moved on from him. I think I've had my say. I don't want to keep going back over it. He's a piece of shite, and it's as simple as that. Just want to link in with what you're saying about veterans. Okay.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I'm going to start using that.
What's that?
A piece of shite.
Oh, piece of shite. Yeah. Well, it's an English term. It's an English term.
Oh, it's great. I love it. I love it.
But yeah, well, I don't want to talk about shite. I don't want to take the piss out of shite. But anyway, veterans. Okay. There's some people who say that the last time the Western world struck America, because it came from America, was back in the 40s when people last fought for their for freedom and for rights. I disagree, right? And I'll explain the reasoning why I disagree. Okay. Back in the 40s, there was a world war, right?
Yes.
The outcome of that world war, at the end of the day, it was the Allies that beat the aggressors, Germany, Italy, etc. Right? It was the Allies that won that war, where people came together from different nations, and they forged a union, if you like, of countries that stood up against fascism because they didn't want it. Then after that, you had the Cold War between the Western world and Russia, which is still going on, but officially it doesn't exist. But you had people joining and doing tours of duty in Vietnam, in Korea, in various other conflicts or wars, right? Now people are joining the military because they believe that it is their right to protect what they have, right? And that's either their patriotism for their particular country, or they believe that it is the best way to show support for protecting their rights. What goes against it is the way, once you do join, you have to follow orders. So your right to freedom of choice disappears while you're in the military. However, on saying that, I have the utmost respect for anybody who's been in the military, because every day is you are protecting what you believe to be correct. And if you do get wounded in battle or anything like that, and there is a genuine battle going on, then so long as you've done everything right, that's fine. There shouldn't be an issue. I just hope to God that you don't get killed, you know. But there will always be casualties.
Yes.
What I think,
but they are still serving to protect what they believe in, and we should support that.
What I think I hate the most about what's going on, and the reason I fight against things that I fight against so much, it is because the powers to be, the government, you know, basically want everybody to fall in line and be sheep. They want you to bow down to their authority and do exactly as you're told, and you're good unless you have an opinion about what you're being told.
And then you shut down.
And you know, that's what I don't like. I don't like somebody trying to tell me that I have to believe and bow down and kiss somebody's boots because they're wearing a gun and a badge. You know what I mean? They're no different than me. The only difference is they're carrying a gun and a badge, and you're enforcing bullshit that don't matter.
Well, we're lucky we don't have guns and badges. We have badges or uniforms or whatever. You put a uniform on somebody over here and they think that there's something special, when in fact they're not. They are conforming to what the government says at the end of the day, and they're enforcing what the government says. That became very, very clear when we had all the issues a few years ago and restrictions on what we were allowed to do in the name of protection.
But in the
Um,
same respect, I know this sounds a little weird.
And most of the cops, you know, they probably wouldn't even have done.
Well, I don't know what it was. I can't say what it was like.
But they would you like make up laws and all that stuff unless they've done it before and someone fell for it because they didn't know their rights.
Yeah, PK sums it up. They are the biggest gang with no real accountability. Yes, I have to agree with that.
Yes.
In some ways, I mean, I'm looking forward to going over to the States next year. I really am. Right. However, I am nervous from a point of view of over here. If I get stopped by a copper, roadside check, right, get pulled over. I don't have to worry about movements that I make. You with me? Because I know I'm safe. I'm not going to get shot. Right. If I get pulled over by a copper on a traffic stop when I go over to the States, I have to show submission straight away to their so-called power by putting my hands on my steering wheel and asking permission to get or to tell them I'm just going to have a look for what you want, etc. I shouldn't have to do that. I'm a free person.
Yeah, and if you don't, they'll shoot you. They'll shoot you in the name of officer safety. And has their cops been killed on traffic stops? Absolutely. But the way I look at law enforcement, it's the same way with military. You know what I mean? People have a choice now. I mean, there has been people that were drafted in the military. I'm not talking about those people, the people that served that were drafted or whatever.
Oh, thanks. I understand for moving.
Here's my deal. You're volunteering to be law enforcement. You know what could happen. Same way when you sign up for the military. You know what can happen. You may not come home. Okay. And am I thankful for those people? Both sides. Yes. I'm glad there's somebody that is there doing it. But in the same respect, you don't have to act like a whoremongering, power-hungry asshole either because somebody gives you a little authority. You know what I'm saying? Because
you're there to enforce law, not feelings.
Right.
Exactly.
We do need people to.
And they only have that authority if we have committed a crime.
Yes.
We do need people to enforce law, not like you just said, not feelings. Because
I'm really sorry for the UK.
Here's the other side of that. Our military veterans, when they come home, take a lot of shit because it didn't sit so well with somebody, some liberal asshole that wants to pass judgment because they went across the seas or wherever and they killed somebody. Well, you know what? They're doing that to defend our country. The law enforcement has to take a life sometimes because, you know, we have to enforce laws. They're there for a purpose. But in the same respect, you don't kill somebody for just because your feelings were hurt. You know what I mean? It's a double-edged sword.
If someone is already arrested, right, for argument's sake, right, how can I put this? If they are complying with what is being shouted at them, right, if they make a wrong move, they shouldn't be shot on sight.
Right.
If they're no threat. You with me? And that the problem that I've seen is occasionally you will get the odd trigger happy copper, right, who will shoot first, ask questions later, right, so to speak, because they're protected. unfortunately.
No kidding there. Or why can't they use some non-lethal
Well,
force
they shouldn't.
that will
Because
still
you're giving them a gun. Because they got
incapacitate anybody.
Yeah, because they've got a gun. But the gun isn't the issue for me. It's the person pulling the trigger.
Exactly.
Right.
It's not, I don't, they've got a gun for a reason, right? The gun is there to protect life, right? So if you've got, for argument's sake, a crazed gunman, right? There's no reasoning with that person, right?
No.
They've gone. The mind's gone, right? They need to be taken out as quickly as effectively as possible to protect life.
And that's something too that irritates me. That they're saying, well, law enforcement don't even have to protect you. You know what I'm saying? Well, that would be like saying to a fireman, you don't have to. You're a fireman, but you don't have to go put that building out if you feel threatened. You know what I'm saying? Or you feel like you're going to die. That's bullshit. That's what cops are. That's what the law enforcement is there for. They're there to enforce laws and to protect and serve. It even says on their thing, protect and serve, not kill and maim and enforce your feelings because you don't like what I'm doing.
And the sad part about it is the Supreme Court is ruled that they don't have to.
Yeah.
John, I do like it. I do like what you said. Sorry, Grim, your English accent will disarm the US cops. I hope I don't have any bad interactions with them. I hope that
they might have a hard time understanding you.
Well, that's the fun bit. Because I will be treated probably like any other tourist, right?
Probably, yeah.
And the only difference is,
I don't think you'll have any issues.
No. The only difference is, as I said before, once I cross that threshold, I'm protected by the U.S. Constitution. The difference is, I know the U.S. Constitution, and that'll be what will surprise them.
Well, y'all carry on the conversation. I'm gonna step in
Jared?
Here. What's up, Jared? I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm gonna step in here to the loo.
That's fine. Turn your camera. Your mic off, mate.
There's must be someone within this, like the fourth time he's in there.
PK audits and I are on a similar wavelength. We don't necessarily agree with everything that each other says. We have a different way of putting things, but overall, I would say that we're in agreement. The majority of people who I speak to, whether it be in the UK or whether it be on an American channel, I make it perfectly clear that all I'm interested in is protecting our rights, and there's a reason for it. Right?
Exactly.
When my grandchild is 20, I will be too old to do what I do now effectively. My brain will have probably gone, or I might even no longer be here. Right?
And we would not even have those rights if it wasn't for.
If we don't stand up for, they won't have the rights.
What's that?
And that's where my issue is. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. It's not my generation. It's not the next generation or the next generation of me, like my son. It's the grandchildren and their children.
Yeah.
That's what I'm fighting for, is so that when they grow up and they live their lives, they have the same rights that we have now, and ideally more, that it is protected in stone by then. Exactly. And that's, and people do stand up for their rights. I mean, it's so funny because people turn around and say, oh, under such and such a law, the service I'm getting from you is garbage, therefore I want X, Y, and Z, right? Hang on a second. You don't have a right for that service. You've got a law
Okay.
which says that this has got to be put into place. Fine,
So
great. That's
let's-
contractual.
Let's just say you have a prime minister who has a group that's going to give you guys those rights. You get those rights back.
Let's say for argument's sake.
and then you have to get a different prime minister.
Okay,
Can he take those rights away?
Okay, so let's put it this way, right? We have technically a two-party system, right? Technically, right? It's actually greater than that. There's more parties because on paper we have democracy. We have the illusion of democracy. That's what we have, right?
Yeah.
So let's say, for argument's sake, the purple brand. Sorry, I won't use that word, that color. Let's say let's say the orange brand of politics gets in, right? Into power. They have the majority in Parliament, therefore they have the right to form a government. But let's say that the numbers that they've got is far more than any opposition combined, which means that anything they say will become law straight away because it'll get passed. Okay. So let's say that the orange brand turn around and say, okay, we're going to do something that's never been done before. We're going to write into law people's rights that can never be repealed, right? For argument's sake. That would be absolutely fantastic. But guess what? It'll never happen.
Is it possible?
Because once
is it
you
a possibility?
Well, I don't want Parliament to pass a law. I want us to be able to just go, actually, it's my God-given right to have free speech.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
It's my God-given right to be able to question what the authorities are doing.
Either that or take away the laws that
well, repeal them. Yeah, if you repeal them, it's the same thing. But we're never going to get to that stage, right? What's this? The orange get in and sit in the blues seats, or vice versa. Nothing changes. They just sit somewhere else. I totally agree. This is the whole point that I'm getting at. It doesn't matter what flavour you vote for, the government still gets in. And while we live the way that we do under any government, right, they're going to do everything they can do to stop you from challenging them. I'm talking about the government, the state.
I see.
I see. If you believe in freedom, you know, the back of your head, you're always going to be. You question, how's this going? How's this law going to take away my rights? Because it's the law that they bring in, because we are a nation of acts and statutes. Right? We elect these idiots into Parliament. We give away our right to question what they do when we go to the ballot box. Yeah. However, the number of people that vote is far fewer these days than it's ever been, because people just don't see the point.
There's a lot of people in the UK that don't like the Americans, you know, but I mean,
well, yeah,
would they want a constitution like us?
My opinion of America has changed a hell of a lot, right? Because I've taken the time to speak to Americans on grassroots, you know, everyday people, right? My opinion of your government hasn't changed.
Oh, hell no.
Right? And this is nothing against Americans. This is in relation to government. Okay?
Exactly.
There is please separate The American government didn't turn up for the First World War. They came in late for the Second World War. Now they want to create the third and fourth. All right? They want to be first past the post to start it. The trouble is they haven't got the bottle. So they use every excuse possible. Now, there's something going on over in Israel, right, at the moment, where so-called terrorists, right, are raising hell and want to take control of the Gaza Strip. We've been there before as a country. Many years ago, it's another war or conflict that we've been involved in as a nation because our government decided we're going to get involved. It's the same with what's happening in Europe at the moment. Government is making the decisions regarding the situation in the Ukraine. They're protecting what little they've got, right? Because they don't want to give it up. Whereas you've got the Russians who are saying, actually, no, that's our land. We want it back. Government again dictating what people do and what they say. This is something which I totally disagree with, and I think the media are the ones that are feeding bullshit to the people because they're being told. You with me? And they're like lemmings, basically. If anybody remembers, old enough to remember Lemmings, Lemmings was a game where you had to build a pathway to stop the lemmings from falling off. Right, and you got more and more lemmings, and eventually you ended up losing because you couldn't stop them from falling off the edge because that's what their job was. Now we've got the same thing. We call them sheep, or sheeple. That came about because of what's been going on in the last 3 years. And I think in some ways that's worked for us as people who want to fight for freedom. It's highlighted how we are controlled. But I also thought how many people are allowing themselves to be controlled. That's the dangerous bit.
Yeah, and so because people want it easy. You know what I mean? It's easier to conform and bow down and kiss people's asses than it is to go against the grain.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised, if you guys don't have free speech, why they still let you have your cell phones, or internet, when they have the ability to block it.
Damn right you do. And that's that's a bigger concern for me. And that's something which again has been highlighted to me, and the reason why I'm determined to get a network of people away from terms of service.
Really?
So they can say what they want to say. They can do what you with me and educate people. I think that education is empowerment, and unless you're educated or you understand what's going on and you see it from a different point of view, so you make your own mind up, I think the majority of people would probably be in agreement with the idea of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Once the illusion's broken, you've got to break that illusion. And it's not about conspiracy, it's about being totally open and honest. PK audits, why do people subscribe to a channel that have no content? I don't know. There could be a supporter, I suppose.
This is what the Grim Reaper is talking about. So you check it out. It's free. And you get to talk about whatever the hell you want.
Hello, Dick Bag. How are you, sir? That just sounds so bad saying shit like that. Dick Bag.
Dick Bag Patrol. No, okay. Let's. Everybody has anyone can set up a YouTube channel. Anybody can support anybody. You're free to do that. Okay, that's between you and your subscription, right? If it doesn't cost you anything, you're going to subscribe, right? Especially when people subscribe to you, right? It just helps support a unity, shall we say? But there's lots of people whose content out there is to bring shit to YouTube about people who are standing up for the rights, or people who have got a different way of cooking. It's a cooking channel. It's in every single community. And I'm fed up with YouTube. YouTube is a tool, nothing else. It's a tool to reach.
You're welcome to come up
the masses.
if you would like, Dick Bag. I've seen you on Frauditor Trolls. You're welcome to come up if you'd like, sir.
I'll talk to anybody.
Oh yeah,
I'll listen to anybody.
Dick Bag brought up a lot of good points on Frauditor Trolls about Wrangler. Not to beat a dead horse, but
it'd be nice to hear somebody else's opinion as well.
Absolutely. That's the problem. I think a lot of the. No problem, sir. No problem. I think that's the problem that that a lot of people have, is they don't want to hear the other side. It's, hey, it's all my way and fuck you. And if you don't like it, yada, yada, yada. And I'm assuming, I don't really know too much, that Dick Bag is a anti-auditor. I don't know. I get why some people, like I said, but I've never really had a conversation with somebody that's an anti-auditor to where, it's just where there's no arguing, no bullshit. Just we can discuss the issues and why you feel like you do, and I can tell you why I feel like I feel.
Well, I'm going to again.
We did with a Reaper.
I've subbed to you, Dick Bag, so I can see what your point of view is on things.
Nice. I'll watch your video for sure.
In fact,
hey, Mirrors, why don't you join? It's an open panel. Just have to show your face so we know you're not.
You're a real person.
Well, obviously, it's a real person.
Well, or not a naked person either.
Yeah. Well, I don't think Mirrors is going to come up here naked. He is Australian though, but you never can tell.
Dick Bag Patrol, I've just put your link in so that people do want to go.
I agree with that, Dick Bag. I honestly agree with that. I don't think there is much of a community on either side. I honestly believe that. I believe that you're either doing good and you're helping them, or you're not doing good. And yeah, I agree with that in some aspects. Because why wouldn't you want to help? You know what I mean? Like with me, I don't really consider myself an auditor. I don't really consider myself a journalist, even though I do some things that journalists do. I'm not going to say I'm an activist. I'm just a person with a camera that don't like the way the government treats us, and I record it and I put it on YouTube. You can watch or you don't watch. And do I see both sides? Absolutely.
I think. Okay, so I said this the other day. People have accused me of sitting on the fence, right? Because I don't come down on either side. I wait to be able to form an opinion. The problem is, the last time I sat on the fence, I squashed it. It no longer exists. I agree with what Nightmares is saying and what Indy has said, and a lot of people have said in the chat as well. There are two sides to every argument, and you can't make a decision until you've heard both sides. I've subscribed to some of the anti-auditor channels because I don't understand them. And I want to have an understanding of what it is that they do. And there's some big channels out there. So good night, Veterans Affair. Always nice speaking to you.
And you know, that's
Good night,
good night,
ABA.
love you, brother. You know, and that's why I like Mexican long hair. A lot of people don't like him, but I like it because he tells it from both sides. And
Well,
you know,
he went to,
it's not real popular, but hey, you know,
Mexican long hair is I let's put it this way, he's got the balls to do things outside of the box. One of the things he did was he went he was on a panel guest on an anti-auditors channel, and he put across the reasons why he does it, why he's an auditor, why he goes out, etc. I don't see him as anything other than a transparent guy. And you've got to take people as they are. If they've shown respect to you, you should give them respect back.
and that's the same way with Sheep Show. A lot of people don't like Sheep Show. I like Sheep Show. I watched what his live today, and I'll tell you what, I think the man touched on a lot of good points. You don't necessarily have to agree with everything that he says, but what he said made sense. You know what I'm saying? Whether you believe in Christ or you don't believe in Christ, whatever, you know, the passion the man has is there, and he just tells it straight up. He's transparent. Oh, excuse me. Transparent about what he has to say, and he lays the facts out there, and you can take from it what you will.
What's he saying about Jesus?
He loves Jesus. He's a born again Christian.
I don't have anything against anybody who believes in an almighty, whether that be God, whether that be Jesus or whatever. That's fine.
By your control.
Sorry, guys, I'll be back in a second.
No problem, buddy.
If he just called trouble with the old lady.
Sorry about that. Mrs. is having issues with her Xbox.
No problem.
I'm sorry. That's
She's an Xbox. She's I've got into YouTube more than the Xbox these days.
Yeah.
and you know, that's the problem I have too, Dick Bag. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going to call you DB. Yeah, or DP. That's the problem I have too, is there's no respect. You know what I mean? You don't have to agree with me. You know what I'm saying? But you don't, you know what I mean? There's no reason to be disrespectful about it either. I believe that people can have a conversation, whether we agree to a disagree or whatever, you know, but you have to have respect. I respect what you do, whether you are on my side or not. I see your side, and I think people see my side, and I think that's why a lot of people have got to where they like us, because you know what I mean? You can call it neutral, you can call it on the fence, you can call it whatever, but I'm against bad government. Not that I think all government is bad. I'm against bad government. My thing is I'm respectful to even the bad ones, and for the same reason, I want them to be respectful to me. You know,
I think there's a bigger thing, and as I was saying, if someone's going on about religion, it's not my gig. I will. And if all they're doing is going on and on about it and preaching, I will change channel. And it's nothing against the channel, the creator that's doing it. It's just not my gig. But they've got a right to say what they want to say, what they want to talk about. I have no issues with that whatsoever. And I respect them for doing that, because in their own way, they are, they've got their own right to their own free speech.
Yeah.
Well,
The
DP,
issue on
DP, I will. No, I'll make a point real quick. Sorry, sir, I interrupted. DP, I'll make a point real quick. I tell everybody, go watch the auditing that we have done. I won't say anything other than that. Watch for yourself and come back with your honest opinion and tell me what you think. You know, that's what I tell everybody. Give me a chance. Look at what we've done and then form an opinion. Come to me and say, hey, well, let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Because me and my wife, when we do it, we're not antagonistic. And to be honest with you, I think that's why we're not, you know, I've only got like 15,000 subscribers, and sometimes my videos don't get, you know, thousands and thousands of views, because
That's
I don't
we
go
only
in.
have 13 people here.
I don't go antagonizing and looking to start shit. You know what I mean? I'm there for a purpose. I want to record. If my camera upsets you and turns you into an asshole, that's not my fault if I'm not being you know, the aggressor. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I can't even talk.
I've got a problem. Dyslexic in the mouth.
Well, ever since I had that stroke in 2012, the light stroke, my mind goes faster than you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's a side effect. And I can't help that. I'm not saying that for anybody to feel sorry for me, because I'm not.
I don't do God, I'm smarter.
I don't feel sorry for you.
Well, good. I don't want you to.
Good, because I don't.
Okay. Here's a generalized DP. I'm not, don't take this the wrong way, because I don't mean it. It may come across as having a dig. I'm not doing that. You've made a statement. To be honest, most anti-auditors are just in it for the clout, the clicks and views. They want to create drama, in my opinion. And I've seen some good videos and bad videos, right? And if you've got something which is constructive, then fine, great, no problem. But if you're turning around and saying people are in it for clicks and views, people are do the auditing just for the money, and asking for money and this, that, and the other, and then as a channel you're doing the same thing, people shouldn't throw stones in glass houses, because most of these anti-frauditor channels are taking auditors' good work, using it as for their own purposes under fair use, etc., using that as an excuse, and making comments about it which are irrelevant and factually incorrect as well. That's their choice. I can't stop them. It's called freedom of speech. I just turn off and go somewhere else. And anti-auditors are also generate viewers for auditors as well, because they go over and have a look. And it's suddenly gone quiet.
Indiana Sammy called. She wants her undies back. Wow.
You said that.
I missed that. I missed that because it was so quiet that I had a delay reconnecting.
Yeah, driving while live streaming is one of those things. If you, like me, I have a hands-free device, So when I stream while I'm driving, I'm not, you know what I mean? Even though I guess in a way it's still bad because sometimes I do pay attention to the stream. So yeah, I get that. I get that.
I disagree with a driver live streaming. And the only reason is it's a distraction from the road and what you're doing. That's all. If you've got a passenger that's looking after it, that's a different kettle of fish, as they say, because the driver is then able to concentrate on the road. If you get pulled by a copper on a roadside check, and one of the first questions they ask is, were you doing that before? No, just turned it on.
Hey, what are you talking about? You have to do what with your car?
Running live streams while you're driving.
What was the middle finger for Andy? I think he was flipping off mirrors for talking about Sam. I don't know if you're familiar with Jeremiah and Samantha.
Hang on a second. Samantha is Mrs.
Yes.
Thought so. Hey, even it takes a while to pick up. What was I going to say? Yeah, PK audits. It's got it right. But if you get caught with using your phone, it's not hands-free. It's an automatic 6 points or jail time. Right. And I agree with that piece of legislation because it does keep yourself as a driver safe, less distraction, and keeps other motorists safe as well, and reduces collateral damage. The police have hundreds of gizmos flashing and distracting. Yes, they
do.
So this you're supposed to be doing what with unless you have a passenger?
Well, what I was saying was that if an auditor goes live while driving, right, they are being distracted. If you have a passenger that goes live, right, you're not distracted in the same way. It's like having a conversation.
Well, what if the passenger is the girlfriend and decides to do something fun in the car?
What?
Hey, what are you going on about? Hang on a second. We suddenly turned into
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Oh, Indy's in support of live streaming adult entertainment. All right, whatever your taste size is. You can get done for that,
live streaming. I'm guilty of live streaming while driving. I don't necessarily think that I was distracted too much. And yeah, then it's an OnlyFans live stream. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with it. I'm not going to turn around to you and say that you shouldn't. I'm saying that I don't agree with it. That's just me. Personally.
Right. Absolutely. And you know what's a bigger distraction for me driving than actually having that where, you know, like, because I guess because I drove a truck so long and it's the GPS thing that the phone being up there like on my hands-free device and watching the screen and the road too don't bother me. What distracts me more than anything is the fucking radio. I cannot drive with the radio on. I just can't. I turn that sumbitch off. I mean, I just can't drive with music. I just can't. It just.
Well, that's fine. Each to their own.
Yeah.
I, you know, if I've got sat nav going, I need to be able to listen to where it is I'm going and to see as well. A sat nav is an aid; it shouldn't be a distraction. It's a tool when driving. Is it necessary to take that phone call while you're driving, or to make that phone call, or to read that text? No,
I'm guilty. I've done it.
I don't do that. Phone calls, I take them because it goes through my phone. It goes through my speaker. My phone, right?
Well, I'm lucky. I plug my phone in and it goes onto the dashboard. Right, it's total hands free. And when I'm driving, if I get a phone call, if I don't have a passenger in the front seat, that phone call goes to voicemail. I won't answer it.
Well, thankfully, Mary goes with me everywhere, and when somebody calls now, she just reaches over and answers it and puts it on the speaker on, and like,
yeah. Well, that's what happens with the missus. The missus will, I say, can you answer that for us? Because it's easier for her than for me to take my eyes off the road, and for that split second that I'm not watching, I could go into somebody else, or somebody goes into me, and I could have avoided it. You with me? I couldn't.
Right.
It's like drink driving, right? If I've had a drink or even a smoke, I won't drive, because if I killed someone, I couldn't live with that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's all. And it's just my own personal preference. People turn around and say I'm too straight-laced, and I stick up for the law because I'm doing this, and this. I'm complying. No, to me, it's about a belief. It's not about the law. It's just a belief, and it's just the way I do things.
You want to make for sure that you're safe and others are safe while you're
I'm driving.
Absolutely, I get it.
I don't like collateral damage. Let's put it that way. If I saw something on the side of an ordinary road, and I thought that it was worthwhile recording, then yeah, of course I would. I'd stop, but I'd be in a safe distance away from it for my own protection, and also so that I don't impede any investigation. Because unless I saw it, I don't know what happened. That's
something too. You know how many traffic stops and shit that I could have just pulled over and recorded and shit. You know what I mean? And like even coming back home the other day when we was coming back from Nashville. And that on the interstate, you see all kinds of people broke down and shit, and then the cops and like even, I was like, "Oh, that was a good one," because they had him in handcuffs. So I could have stopped him, but realistically, in that same sense, me recording what's going on, and that is it going to change anything? No, because the guy's still under arrest, and for two. Now I've just put myself in danger because all that traffic running up and down the road. What if I get out and some idiot takes his eyes off the road and blam, I'm hit. You know what I mean? To me, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah. I mean, I've got controls on the steering wheel for turning the volume up and down, answering calls, even making calls, right? So legally, I can press all these buttons but to me, it's just a distraction. It takes me away from what I'm doing, which is the most important thing, getting from A to B safely. I'd rather be a few minutes late than a few minutes early in the next world. I don't want to move on too quickly. Although I do know that my days on this earth, as I am at the moment, is numbered because I'm an old git. But that's fine. It's just, I live with that. I just want to make sure that I don't go too early. But having a passenger who's able to press the screen to accept calls or to change radio station or whatever you would make, then I don't have an issue with that. I don't have a problem with background music. I only have the back speakers on. I don't have the front speakers on.
Right.
The front speaker gives out the directions for the sat nav. And that's handy.
Why I love my minivan. It had all that shit, man. I could turn the radio up and down, and I know people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, did he just say a minivan?" Yes. People diss on minivans so much, and I don't understand why, man. If you ever drove one and got used to it, you'd be in love with it because you can just do so many things with a
Is
minivan.
the minivan a soccer mum's van?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sorry, I just thought of it as that. That's all. But that's how my brain works. I was looking at those. Funny enough, when I was looking to hire a vehicle, and I'm thinking, I am not going to get 7 people. I'm not going to be driving 7 people around, so there's no point.
Right.
To me, it was a waste of fuel, because that was the other thing that I was looking at is miles per gallon. And I wanted something which was cheap enough, you know. Okay, so PK's got a question. How do Americans get away with swab tests as cannabis is legal, and there's a blood limit?
I don't.
It depends on what state you're in.
Yeah, and I
Live in, sorry, not what your state is.
also, you know, a lot of times they don't even test people for marijuana.
Yeah, in New York, there is no swab test or blood limit.
Well, here's a question. Here's a question.
Indiana, they still will not make it legal.
Yeah. Well,
not
here's
even
a question.
Not even for medical.
Right. Here's a question. Where it's legal, right? Because it's not legal in every state. I know that. But let's say where it's legal, you are smoking marijuana. You've been smoking it for years, okay? And to you, it's just a way of relaxing. It's part and parcel of your everyday life. How would you feel if you hadn't had a drink, but you were under the influence of marijuana? You went out and you drove somewhere and you caused somebody's death.
I'd be driving if I smoked or something.
You know, to me, I think I don't have a problem with it being. I don't have a problem with it being legal, by the way, at all. I do have a problem with people who go out and drive under the influence. Always have done. I treat it the same way as I treat alcohol. I don't think there should be a limit. I think it should be zero tolerance. To be honest.
Well, yeah, I'm not a person that agrees with drinking and driving at all, or being impaired. Period. And that I'm not a fan of that at all.
Yeah. I mean,
but on the same respect, like you said, I don't have any problems with legalized marijuana. What I do have a problem with is, people that, like you said, get out and drink and drive, or under the influence, period, and they cause somebody to die.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. PK, I agree. It's not so much coffee and caffeine, it's just caffeine in general, because people will drink Monster drinks and Prime drinks and crap like that,
I drink Monster coffee.
Stone driving is safer. Well, if you don't drive, yeah.
And I'm guilty of driving while under the influence. Well, back when I was younger, I haven't since I've been sober. But yeah, I used to drive under the influence.
Well, you see, this is what I was saying right at the beginning. It's all about what's the word? Learning from experience. Sometimes it takes something very serious for the connections, but once you accept you have an issue, a problem, and you seek help, that's the hardest thing you can ever do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but that initial thing, recognizing that you have a problem and you need help, that is the hardest thing. What's is that if it's legal, then you're covered. But alcohol is legal too. Yeah, it's down to It's
Now,
personal
and
choice.
like Mira said, you know, when I used to smoke all the time, and that I drove all the time, and I actually drove better stoned than I did when I was sober, because I paid, and the reason that is because I paid attention more to what was going on around me, and that because I'm like, fuck, I'm high and I don't want to be pulled over. I'm just being honest.
It's probably because you said that you smoked every day and your body got a tolerance for it.
Well, I used to smoke every day. And that, you know, I don't mind telling everybody, but there again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that it's right. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Yep. Well, that's it. It is about opinions. I mean, I don't like white van drivers. And it's nothing against the fact that they're white. They're just they're idiots on the road.
Right.
In my opinion. And I think that the most aggressive drivers or biggest so-called idiots on the road are those that drive BMWs, Mercedes, Rolls Royces, because they all think they're entitled. But I do understand now that there's a new version of a BMW, and it's no longer an option. They are putting indicators in, but they're not teaching people how to use them.
Miss Helen. I was just saying.
Yeah, I think you would call them blinkers. We call them indicators because it indicates which way you're going. BMW drivers don't tend to use them. Audis are just as bad.
So let me ask you, since we're on this thing about cars and shit like that, that's why I love people at nighttime when we can have this conversation. And what do you think about cars that can take over for you and drive themselves?
I have a vehicle that can do that to a certain extent. I think it's an aid. You should always be in control. You shouldn't rely on gadgets because gadgets can fail.
Now we know why you don't want any donations. You don't need them.
Who's that? Who are you referring to? Me?
Yes. Yeah, really. Because you probably it's probably really expensive vehicle.
I don't know.
I'm just joking with you. Right?
No. Right. If a car comes with adaptive cruise control, if it comes with automatic lights, automatic windscreen wipers, an automatic everything, including an arse wipe, right? If it's part and parcel of the car, fine, no problem, right? But a driver should never rely on things which are in a car because they can fail. It's like when you reverse, you have a reversing camera, right? You shouldn't rely on the reversing camera. You should still look behind you.
Exactly.
You know, you don't put your faith into a piece of machinery. As a driver, hello, ham sandwich, Helen.
Now I want a ham sandwich after seeing that name. Damn it!
I don't like ham. I like turkey.
I don't mind if it's ham, turkey, chicken, beef, lamb, whatever, so long as it doesn't have mayonnaise on.
I just combine them all together. I like ham and turkey.
I love chicken and all that stuff too. It's just, I don't know. There's just something about ham.
Now there's an insult. I've got a Tesla. No, I haven't. I've got a good Chinese car. It's an MG.
So you don't have a Tesla?
No, I don't have a Tesla. I've never had a Tesla.
I don't have a purple Tesla.
Exactly. I was just thinking the same. You beat me to it.
I don't have a purple heart.
I don't have anything purple. Full stop.
Yeah, I'm working on that ham sandwich. I'm actually looking into that for sure. And before I do anything, I want to make sure I have all my facts in order. You know what I'm saying? But I do appreciate you bringing that to my attention.
My
talking
grandmother, many years ago, used to say, "Don't pick an argument with someone unless you got all your ducks in a row."
Well, this guy is from what
I never understood that until I started doing this.
Yeah.
From what I understand, and from the little bit of research I've done about this guy, he is a kitty diddler, and he's pretending to.
I'm sorry, I don't know who you're referring to, but
Jeffrey Sutton.
All right,
Jeffrey
okay.
Russell Sutton. He's a First Amendment auditor.
Oh, right, okay, right. Again, now here's something which, unless there's evidence to back up what people think, then you can't say anything.
You're correct. He is registered in Florida. He is.
Well, if he's registered, then you can say what the hell you like.
He definitely is. And if I'm not badly mistaken, from what I understand, he is currently on the run for failure to comply with said registry. But
right,
yeah.
Okay, so if that's right, so people like that who have those tendencies should not be allowed anywhere near the public, in my opinion.
People like him, if you want my opinion, should be taken out in the middle of a swamp somewhere and let the alligators and the bugs do the rest.
Are there many jails out in the swamps?
I can build one.
Yeah.
I have a question.
I've got a good idea, right? A way of solving.
Is this him? Is this him?
Go to I don't know. Go to Independent First Amendment Auditor. Let's have a look at the channel.
No, that's not him. You know, and that's the thing. That's something else to it. I cannot understand for the life of me how anybody, and if you
this Independent First Amendment Auditor.
Yeah, I've seen that around. I've seen that on panels.
Yeah.
I don't think Brooklyn knew that he was using them.
Do us a favor, just click on the About page a second. See what he says about himself. God, that's small. Give me a second.
No, hold on a second. I'm trying to get used to it.
There we go. I've just put it on a bigger screen. Why am I trying to move it down? I haven't got control.
Right.
Move the screen down so I can see the writing, please. I think you might have made it a little bit too. No, that's going. Okay. That's that. You had it done. Go back to About. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Start. No.
Yeah, well, son of a...
Left a bit, right a bit.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Fire.
Hold on.
I was just interested in what he says about his channel, that's all.
There we go.
That's it. Stop. Don't move.
I won't. I'm not
and Andy wonders why he doesn't have a girlfriend, because he can't follow directions. Oh.
Well, let's put it this way. You probably missed all holes.
You're an asshole. But...
No. You'd miss that as well. Okay, so he's saying the right things. Okay. That would get me interested. But now you told me about his personal life. If that is the same person, right, then I wouldn't subscribe to him on principle.
It is definitely the same person. I have confirmed it with.
And if there was evidence to do that, I would do everything I could to publicise the fact that he is what he is, because there's no transparency with this guy because he's lying. He's got tendencies which, in my opinion, mean he should be up against the wall and used as a target practice. Or it becomes a case for euthanasia.
I just don't have any respect for anybody like that. I'm sorry. I don't care what the government says. I don't give a fuck what these psychiatrists say. I don't care what other independent studies say. You can't cure these motherfuckers.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I mean, I think they should all be, but instead of sentencing for a long time or short time or whatever, just tell them that they've been enrolled into the trials for euthanasia. That works.
What?
Think about it. Trials for euthanasia.
Oh.
Okay. Sometimes even Indy doesn't get it. You have to explain it.
No, I didn't hear because of your accent. The last word you said.
Oh, sorry. Okay. My apologies.
Well, you know what gets me is why people are sympathetic with these people and want to try to fix them and everything, and that when if a animal attacks a child, and what do? We euthanize them.
Yeah. I wouldn't castrate them. I wouldn't take their hands away from them. I'd just take the birth certificate away from them and issue them a death certificate.
Either that or allegedly just lobotomize.
No, that won't work because they're still alive. You still got to look after them. Sorry.
Well, it's like I told this little cocksucker out here. My granddaughter that we are raising is 15 years old. This guy's 22 years old. I was trying to talk to my 15-year-old. He has no business trying to be up in her DMs or whatever else, and he didn't realize that I'm one of those daddies that I do watch what my kids do. I watch, they don't know, but I know. You know what I'm saying? And that's all that matters. So when this little dick bag tried to pull up out here and I'm asking him questions and I just told him, I said, listen, I'm just going to tell you like this. I was young once, but you're not going to take advantage of my daughter. And you have nothing in common with her. You have no reason to communicate with her. And this is the only time I'm going to tell you. Because I have worn that orange jumpsuit and I don't mind doing it for my family again.
I believe that you have to protect your own first and foremost. I don't agree that with some of the idiots who bring family into things. That I don't agree with that whatsoever. But that's what trolls do. People who are on the register and claim that they've served their time, right, and that they've learnt their lesson, I wouldn't give them the time as day.
And in the same respect, I have the same feeling for a rapist. I feel like that if you attack a woman and that because you're a loser fucking ass, can't get no pussy, and you have to rape a woman.
Hey, watch your mouth. We have women watching.
I'm just saying, if you're that loser and you attack somebody because you can't get it in the real world and shit, or you're obsessed because you think somebody, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Same thing applies to them. They're a predator. You know what I mean? They should be.
Yes.
I can't say that. They should be euthanized right on the spot, as far as I'm concerned.
Now,
allegedly,
the only issue that I have with euthanizing these is that you have to be 100% certain, right? And that is the only way forward. If you make a mistake, I mean, let's face it, back in the day when we had hangings, we did make mistakes. We did hang people who were actually innocent. It turned out years later that they were, because technology moved on. Here's a good one for you. What about putting them into a deep freeze? You know, that way you don't have to feed them or anything. You just keep them cold. Then if the evidence comes along, which proves them innocent, you can unfreeze them. But the damage is done, and part of the problem is
I don't know how well that freezing thing is working out too well, and that it didn't work out too well for Walt Disney.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
I don't believe the topics we get onto on this late night show.
Like Demolition Man, yes, absolutely, Dick Bag, just like Demolition. And
yeah,
ladies, if I said something a while ago that offended you, I apologize. That was not my point, but I'm very passionate when it comes to shit like that. I can't understand.
There's a couple of things which piss me off, to be honest. This is one of them, but I also see that cryogenics, thank you. That's the word, cryogenics. Yeah, they can be experimental for cryogenics.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, cryogenics didn't do Walt Disney any good.
Isn't he still frozen?
No, I heard not. You know how rumors are. I heard they tried to unthaw him and bring him back, and you know how that shit goes.
That would have been a mess.
But why the hell would they need to do that when they can just clone his ass now? Hell, I mean, right?
Cloning is illegal.
Allegedly.
Doesn't mean say it doesn't happen, allegedly. Just look at Dolly for cloning, whereas the first sheep to be cloned. Anybody who attacks somebody else to get self-gratification, maybe we need to look at a permanent way of dealing with them, whether it's male or female. If you prey on the innocent, then you need to be dealt with. Your crime is never dealt with. Let's put it this way, because the survivor always relives it, and they've got it for the rest of their lives.
So, well, my thought about Walt Disney and Sam Walton, they're both where they are supposed to go, and you know, if you go back, I don't know how many people have. I can't say that they have or haven't. If you go read up on Sam Walton and Walt Disney both, and that they were two of the biggest piece of shits that ever was. Did they do something good? Yes, but a lot of people don't know that Walt Disney was a member of the World Knights Order, which is a member and a branch off of the Ku Klux Klan. He actually supported it.
Oh yeah. He was a predator as well, allegedly. And there was some actresses who slept their way to fame as well.
Oh, sure.
And just to pick up on what you said, PK, female predators are a lot more rare. Well, that's questionable because there's the only stats are those that have been caught. If you're a young male and a female grooms you, then are you going to admit that of any wrongdoings? That's the reason why it's rare.
You know why? Yeah, I was going to say, you know why a lot of women predators don't get caught? Because you have young boys that they take advantage of, and that they're like, wow, this is the best thing. I mean, let's look at it this way: if you're in school and you have a hot teacher molest you, are you gonna tell anybody? Why,
Well,
fuck you.
this is what I'm getting at. So yeah, I mean, it goes on, and we have to agree. I think that it does go on, and I do think that the same punishment that we're talking
Applies?
about for
Absolutely.
males should be for females as well. I'm not going to be
Absolutely.
sexist
I
on that.
agree. A predator is a predator. It don't matter what gender you are.
Yeah. My fear at the moment is certain genders who teach in school are teaching their own narrative as well. And I have an issue with that. Let's say it's not what's on the syllable, you know. And there's an underlying trend. I think that for me is the problem in schools. And parents don't have any say anymore. They really don't.
It's true. Yeah, I had a hot teacher too. She was so hot I never forgot her name. But that's, she probably old and wrinkly now or dead, one of the two. I don't know. But I haven't been in school in a long time, so
I don't remember my school days. I'm that far away.
I don't either. I can't remember.
I had a teacher. I absolutely had a crush on her. She was just, and I guess now looking at it, it wasn't even because she was that hot. It was just because how she treated me, and being a hormonal teenager, I took it the wrong way.
But God, it was funny. I mean, good.
So you got to tell a little bit more of that story. So what did you do?
What?
What did you do?
Nothing actually happened. It was all in his head.
No, I'm saying, did you send her like a Valentine's card or anything?
No,
like that?
I caused her marriage. I'll be honest. Because after I graduated high school, and that I went in pursuit of those feelings and
line sex shit.
No, actually, I'm not. I can prove it. I wouldn't be telling it if it was a lie. And the sad part about it is, I feel bad. I took advantage of her, and because she was a preacher's wife. Got her thrown out of the church and thrown out of school and everything else.
True story. Were you over the age of consent?
Yes, I was. Yes.
So there's no legal issue. It's just a moral issue.
It was the moral issue. Yeah, not a legal issue.
Yeah.
So why did you get her kicked out of her?
Because her husband caught us fucking, Andy. Can you
Nightmare. Sometimes you have to explain it in words of one syllable.
Was it worth it? No.
At the time, probably.
Yes and no. It was
what?
It was one of those things where I don't get it.
The look on his face. You know when the penny drops and you hear it thousands of miles away. Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't offer him to join in. Absolutely not.
Funny. Look, so basically, you had she had an affair with you, and she got caught out, and that's the reason why shit happens. You move on. But there's no
comparison, and I guess at the time it didn't bother me, but now that I've gotten older and I sit and think about it, I broke up a family and cost her job and just, you know what I mean?
But it takes
now it's
two
a moral
to tango.
issue than anything else.
Yeah, but it takes two to tango.
Absolutely, and you're right.
Exactly.
But at the time, it was just, I wanted to tap that ass.
Did you offer him for him to join in?
No,
Oh,
I just answered that. No, I didn't offer him to join in.
there was no
Okay.
threesomes.
We won't. We're not talking about my. Yeah.
I don't even want to go there at the moment. Let's keep it nice and polite.
If you want to know the truth, my first threesome was with a man and his wife, and I was 15 years old. But yeah, that's irrelevant.
So that's where you could say you were abused as a child.
Oh, I was absolutely abused as a child.
So you know,
my stepfather was the biggest piece of shit that ever walked. And he's dead. Fuck him. Yeah.
that's illegal, mate. But no, all joking apart, I think majority of men and women can look back and they can go, well, if I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have done it.
Right.
But on saying that, if you hadn't have done it, you're not the person you are now.
That's true.
So it's a little bit of swings and roundabouts. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. There are some people who live total moral lives who don't do anything wrong in any way, shape, or form, and they can still become damaged people as a result of things that have been done to them. And they're collateral damage.
Well, you know, I sit and think about that now. You know how bad it had to be for her to get up in front of the church, and you know what I mean. Because at the time, it was, you know, there was feelings there, but it wasn't like, it was more of a lustful feeling than love. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yep, you're young and stupid.
Yeah,
at the time.
At the time, yes, and it you know what I mean.
I think there'd be quite a few people who can relate to that. Not necessarily indie, but there's be a lot of other people.
Hey, come on.
What? You're the one who's moving your hand around.
Hey, I'm playing with my cat. Laser.
Are you playing with your pussy again, are you?
Yes, I am.
That was my problem too, Mirrors. I don't shoot blanks, and that's why I got a vasectomy.
Now you do.
Yes. The gun's loaded, but they don't go off.
But that's called responsible.
Yes. Plus, I'm damn near 50 years old. Who the hell wants to have a child at 50 years old? Not me.
God, you youngsters. Do you know what? I find it amazing that people think that their lives are over once they hit 50.
Well, I don't think my life is over.
Or it's a milestone, etc. They're becoming old. You're not old.
No, but I don't want some little kid hanging off my ass either. By golly, you know what I'm saying? When I got other things that I'd rather be doing with the missus.
That's a life.
I already hit my milestone.
That's a life choice, and it's, you know, no one should allow fault you for
40
it.
sucks. 40 sucks.
40. Is that what you bought?
40.
Again, young. You've still got your life ahead of you.
But I'll be honest, at some of the dumb shit that I've done and everything, it's a damn wonder that I'm still here. And I thank Jesus every day for being here.
Amen.
PK, I read your comments, and all I can say is there's a lot of people out there who, when they get to, so I'll rephrase this. There's a lot of women out there who get confused and misaligned dates, etc. That's the reason why you get accused, and you can prove that it's not it's not you. That sort of links into what I was getting at earlier. False allegations can ruin people.
Yeah.
And I've only known a couple of people who've made false allegations where they've been prosecuted afterwards for making false allegations. And when they have been found out and they've gone through the court system, every single one's gone to jail.
Well, you know, PK touching on that for a second, it's no worse than a woman that you know is pregnant with your child, tells you that they had an auto accident and lost the baby, and then a year and a half later hits you with a paternity test.
Yeah.
And the child is yours, and the whole time that you think the child is gone. Now that's harsh.
That's crime.
Well, I had that happen to me, and I'm not gonna say which child, but yes, I had that happen to me.
Wow.
I think that I personally think that the woman involved, the mother involved, well, certainly got their own problems. How can they deny somebody, the truth at the end of the day just because they've fallen out or whatever? You know, kids are used as weapons, and again, that's something I don't agree with.
They are.
And the courts, I find, are more in favour of the mother, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's sad.
Rather than what's right. Because the mother might not be the right place for the child. Believe it or not. And sometimes neither the mother or the father are.
Well, you know, I think everybody deserves a chance to raise their child and to be a part of a child's life. You know, if it's within the right means and they're not going to be a bad choice for the child or cause them mental or physical harm. With that being said, also, I don't believe that people should raise a child if they can't take care of them and provide and nurture for them in a positive manner. You know, and if you're at that point, instead of letting CPS take over and take control, why not give them to a family member or somebody that's going to love that child? And, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sonia G, which
Hello,
is
Sonia.
Which is the case of
Sonia.
of the two
Darling,
grandchildren.
my apologies. I've only just seen you in the chat because I've been too busy chatting away. My apologies. Hello. It's always good to see Darlene.
Which is the case of the two grandchildren that we're raising. We've had them since they were little. You know what I mean? They are my children.
Well, yes.
It's not their fault that their parents are not responsible enough, and I'm not, because I don't want to sound like an asshole, that their parents are not responsible enough, and they thought more of themselves than the two children that they brought into this world.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, PK. I'm going to have to drop off. I've got to get all things started, ready for work. So my apologies. It's been great as always. Last 3 hours chatting to you, or whatever it was. In answer to a question which was asked right at the beginning when I first came on live, do I ever sleep? I do, but not that you notice.
Because of the time zones.
Well, no, it's not that. No, it's because I wake up at silly o'clock in the morning. Over here, I mean,
PK, no, they can't take the children. They are adopted. They legally belong to us.
And that was probably that would have been the right decision, But anyway, I'm going to go. I'm going to get ready for work. For all of you who have been in taking part, thank you. And thanks for your comments. Some of them have been fantastic. Some of them have not been so fantastic. But I just think that, I think we're all in agreement of one thing anyway. And that is we need to put our differences aside and start being honest with each other.
Right.
And being respectful. And on that note, I'm going to say good night to Nightmares. I'll ignore Indy. No, well, good night.
Oh, come on.
I've not picked on you all night. I've been nice.
I know.
For a change.
I know.
And
You know,
and one other thing before he goes,
my mom was going to kick your ass.
your English accent sucks, Indy.
I know. Okay,
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
So does his American one, but that's another story. Indy, next time you come up, next time you're on the live with me, will you put subtitles on, please, so I can understand what you're saying?
And on another note, he don't have a purple heart.
I've never had a purple heart. Right, guys, all the best. Peace out.
See you later, brother.
Enjoy the rest of the
bless,
live,
man.
and no doubt I'll talk to you later in the week. All right, take care, guys. Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Good day, mate.
Oh, he's crazy. I love that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome. Damn, that's good.
Where's Reaper?
He was saying good night, Reaper. Not like Florida Reaper or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen fire.
People give her a lot of shit.
She's the only one that I like, though.
I don't know. You should go watch some of Dick Bag's stuff.
No thanks.
He's got some good content, man. I'm telling you.
Dick Bag Patrol?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I already subscribed to him.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. What's up, KK? Say it's cold outside. Oh no. It's not cold here. I'm sitting here with a fan on and everything, and it's
Hey KK. Hey, I'm gonna drop my link because hopefully for joining yours, you'll join mine.
that sounded so bad. Like you were trying to be a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger or something or other. It's like, if I join mine with yours. Oh. That's like 54 degrees outside right now.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. Especially since my fucking heater is broken.
It's nice outside. It's 54 degrees here. Oh, 43? Yeah.
It's 44.
You're in Indy's live. Yeah, I know.
It's 44 where I'm at.
Chili tried to be a Power Ranger. Yeah, I know.
Thank you, KK.
Do I have any audits planned?
I need the view hours. He doesn't.
Like I said, you sound like an angry ex-girlfriend.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
I don't know if I'm going to do any audits today or not. I've got I got some stuff that I got to get ready for, and I've got court Tuesday with my daughter. So, yeah.
Is that the one?
Yes. It's the one that I went and got the other day.
About the 7 and the baby?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
We got to go to
crazy.
court Monday, so that ought to be fun. Or Tuesday, I should say.
Crazy. People in here probably don't even know what we're talking about, but I mean, doesn't matter.
62 degrees. Yeah. I wanna audit a mouse, I think. No, I'm just kidding. That was a dumb thing to say.
What the fuck would you mean by that?
Well, mice are aggravating. They're tyrants. I don't, it depends. Like I've got to go and file a report against this one cop and do some following up. And I've got a lot of things that I want to do, like the railroad. I want to do a story on them. Yeah, I always keep my camera with me, just in case. Yeah, I've always got my phone with me. I've got two phones, one I use to call with and one I use to record with. I actually want another phone, which I'm going to get one of these days. I just want something a little better to record with. I don't need an expensive camera. I just want a better phone, something that holds more but it's got to be like, something. It don't have to be an expensive phone because this one still does the job, but it just don't do. Yeah. The iPhone 15. I don't like iPhones.
You know what pisses me off? You know how I just smashed my fucking phone
Yeah.
and went there to go buy it, and I had to spend all that money to get the newest iPhone or whatever,
Yep.
and it was the 14. If it just would have waited like 2 months, bam, I would have just been able to get the 15 instead. Pisses me off.
She said, blasphemy. iPhones are great. I don't know, Kay. I have to disagree. I had the iPhone 6, and I know that's been so many moons ago, and I just never could understand the damn thing. It just I couldn't register it. I don't know why.
You have to have some type of intelligence.
What are you trying to say? I'm stupid?
I never said that.
See you later, Miras. Thank you for coming in. Darlene says, I don't have a cellular phone. Appreciate you coming in, my man. A video camera. I've tried the video cameras while I was out doing audits, and I just hate it because I just don't like, I can't get it to, I can't get it to upload like I want to and shit. And
I'm gonna go out and try with
you'll be debuting L Wrangler.
Wait, hold on a sec. I'm on the wrong thing. Okay, I want to go out and try out with my night vision.
On what? Your camera?
No, it records.
Your phone?
No, my night vision. I have night vision.
On what?
Night vision goggles.
Why would you? Well, how's that going to help anybody if you have night vision goggles?
Because it records it.
Okay.
It records whatever the fuck I'm seeing.
Well, why don't you run out in the street and do that and tell us how that works?
Why don't you go suck my dick?
I have night vision on my phone too, but you know, I mean, I don't think I'm going to go out and record the crickets.
Talking about real night vision.
It's real night
bullshit.
vision. It's not
Nah,
bullshit. It's
not
real
that
night
bullshit
vision.
on fucking a phone. Not the bullshit on a phone.
I do have it on a phone. I can prove it.
I do.
All phones have night vision. Yeah, the next question would be, do you have a camera on your night vision goggles? Why the fuck would you have night vision goggles for? I'm not.
I got them from Amazon.
Why?
It was a testing thing. So I ended up getting my money back. So basically I got it for free.
But what is the point? That's what I'm trying to get at. What is the point of having them? What the fuck are you going to need night vision goggles for?
Why not? Try something different.
Unless you're going to be creeping into old ladies' houses or something.
Oh, looking at the cops, watching the cops and all that shit. They won't even know I'm there. Fuckers.
In case a T-Rex attacks, yeah. When all hell breaks loose, the zombie apocalypse. That's it. That would have been the best answer he could have gave. So he can see the zombies coming while he's holding a fucking MR80 and fucking shooting zombies. That's it. That's it.
You know, I usually laugh, but that wasn't very funny. So
I thought it was funny. I'm laughing at myself.
I know you are.
I am.
You're the only one that's laughing.
Nah, I don't think so. I think everybody's laughing at you for having night vision goggles. See? Darlene's laughing. Do they work in total blackout?
Yeah.
Or can you be seen looking silly in the backdrop of the moon, laughing my ass off?
Total blackout.
Have you tested them out yet? Have you like crawled around in your house in total darkness, like some kind
No,
of
I
Indian?
fucking used them.
What?
I've used them.
Well, how did you use them?
Went outside and looked at. Oh my god!
But you didn't like turn all your lights.
Are you retarded? How do people use?
That's not very
night
nice. That hurts my
vision?
feelings.
How do people use night vision?
I mean, I would think if I had night vision goggles, I'd turn all the lights off in the house and crawl around like some kind of a secret spy or something, like I'm on a fucking Mission Impossible or something.
I probably would too, but I live by myself, so it's true. You.
Have you been stalking your cat in the dark? LOL.
I'm laughing.
Deer hunt? Yeah. Yeah, you could deer hunt with them. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's really my you know.
Yeah, I'd be one of those kind of guys that if I had one like night vision goggles, the cops would come in and find me like hanging from the ceiling because I tried to do like some parasail shit bull stuff, you know, and like hanging off the ceiling and be all hung up like a spider. Yeah, I agree. It's just because I just like I like Mission Impossible. I guess that's why I was thinking about it. Oh, those are binoculars. They don't even fit on your head. Like you don't wear them. Put them on. Let's see. I don't believe
You,
you. Those look
man.
like no. Those look like binoculars. Like how do you strap that thing to your head?
Gives a shit if they're binoculars. It's the fact that they actually fucking work and they're real ones, not those fucking cheap ass fucking ones.
So you can strap them to your head and wear them like a headgear.
I would if I wanted to, but I just wanted to use my hands.
Yes,
strap
PK.
this thing.
That's exactly what I expected. I thought like you could put them on your head. You know what I'm saying?
Such an idiot.
I thought he was talking like some real Indiana fucking Inspector Gadget fucking kind of shit, not some fucking generic Walmart glasses that you can get to hunt with.
Fuck you, man.
I could have got them at Walmart for $18.
I dare you. I dare you. Go do it. Go get them. Prove it. Prove it, bitch.
Or order them off of some cheap Chinese website.
From Chinese.
Seriously though, do they have a camera on them?
It 4K video. You can 4K video, and you can take pictures. So yes.
But why would you need a pair of binoculars that takes?
Why not?
Are you
not? I had the opportunity to review it and get it for free. So why not?
Are you secretly the window stalker of your town? Is that what it is? You're peeking into old ladies' houses?
See, you're losing viewers again because you aren't going
I am.
by what you put it. Stolen valor. This should be have been talking about.
We done talked about it. That subject's over with. Those goggles have creeper written all over them. I agree. I agree with you, DP. I'm not even kidding you.
Oh, thanks, dickbag.
I really do. I agree. It's just like something you would use to, Darlene. I get it. You could go outdoors and take pictures, but what wildlife are you going to see at night? An owl? A skunk? I don't know. Wait a minute. I know what it is. It's the famous Indiana bird that only comes out at nighttime. You climb trees with them? That's a good question. Do you climb trees with them? Are you like that Are you like that dude that was on Little Nicky? Have you ever seen that movie Little Nicky where the guy climbed up in the tree and was watching the woman at night? And he told the little girl, the boy or kid or whatever it was, to go away. And he fell out of the tree and died, went to hell.
Look at that now, huh? I'm dead sexy. Look at my sexy body. Oh, yeah.
I understand, Darlene. I'm just picking at him.
And now I'm just playing with you. Piece of shit. I'll kick you out of your own damn freaking life. Hey, Prairie.
What's up, Prairie? He lives in the city? Exactly. Well, I wouldn't call that where he lives much of a city, but yeah.
Yeah, I wish I lived in the city.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I did.
Nobody wants to live in the city. Not even the people who live in the city.
And available.
No drama, Prairie. Nope. Yeah, there's not much nature in the city. You're right. You don't live in a city either, Prairie? Well, that's awesome. I don't either. I live in a little village kind of thing. What the fuck?
You're a hillbilly, dude.
And you say that like it's a bad thing.
It's not. I'm just saying that's where you live, or with all the other hillbillies. I'm just joking, dude. I actually don't think you're a hillbilly.
Well, we all got to be something.
Who the hell is Dustin?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him, except for earlier. He was going to watch the football game. I guess he fell asleep.
Try to call him.
Why would you call him and wake him up this time of night? How rude. I've been called a lot worse, Prairie. Being called a hillbilly to me is not an insult. So I know like people like to, yeah, exactly, right? Excuse me.
What's up, man? Hey, you want to come live?
YouTube does not like the word.
Yeah, we're live right now.
you use? Could you please refrain from
We
yourself?
were talking about
F.
stolen valor for maybe 1 minute.
See you
And
later,
then,
PK.
Then just talked about a whole bunch of other weird shit. Now he's just picking on me. And I didn't mute myself, so they'll probably hear me. Just check your text. You should probably already have it.
Hello, Sonia.
If you don't, text me back and say, "Hey, I need that link." All right, bye.
Did you wake him up?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, that's very shitty of you.
Oh, that was shitty of you.
Why was it shitty of me for? I didn't call him and wake him up.
I mean, I can't even put that there. Must be his friend.
People are leaving anyway. Now I'm fixed to end this in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, Dustin's coming up.
Well, I may talk to him for a minute.
Oh, thanks, guys. Why are you such a dick, dude?
Well, you didn't catch what my last name was, asshole. Nobody sent you the memo. Darlene dropping links over in your chat. That's awesome. You ought to tell her thank you for that.
What's that?
Darlene's over dropping links in your chat. You ought to tell her thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Darlene.
She wants them 2 people to have the links. She's doing a good job there.
Trying to make everybody on. There it is. What's up?
Not a whole lot. What's up?
Did I wake you up?
Yeah. It's fine.
There you go, Barry.
Yep. Okay, James, where you at?
Darlene, you are awesome.
And I got down to where the claws are.
I'm right here listening to Nikki talk about her tattoo that she done.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
When I got down to where the claws are at,
Yeah.
it started to bleed a little bit. Shan told me that's okay. That means it's going in. I was like, okay. So I just kept going.
Right?
It's like, straight, I'm going to keep going. But does it look good?
I'll have to look at it a little better.
Okay.
I can show the people on live and they can tell me what they think about the scorpion.
Yeah, do that.
Shut up, Andy.
I'm serious.
just want to see my leg.
Oh,
Whoever did that did a good job.
That's the scorpion.
need to practice a little, but it's good.
It's my that's my like my third tattoo. I figured I'd practice on myself than I would other people.
Now, a lot of people just took a bunch of screenshots, and you're gonna be viral all
But,
over the
I mean-
internet.
Oh,
Tell me what's wrong with it.
Nothing. I didn't think anything.
Nothing.
I think we
you
cool
need,
if
to,
it.
you need to work on your lines.
Yeah, the
My
lines.
lines?
Yeah, the lines. Needs to.
The lines?
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I need to know.
I can't remember what it's called, but there's like this fake skin stuff you can use to tat on.
But other than that, I didn't do too bad, right?
It don't look bad.
It don't look bad.
Just hold on 1 second. I will look up pictures of scorpions. There.
Have a good night, DB.
Something like the end of his tail. I don't think it looks like.
It looks like a finger.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. It kind of looks like a finger. It don't look like a teardrop. I think I should have went out more on the end of it.
One thing about it is, though, you can fix it once you get better.
Yeah.
Yeah. If there's one like that.
But
That one right there.
you see my drawing on my tattoo. You see the drawing that I did, right?
Yeah. Of course, you've done that on your leg too, and that it's
And I
always
did it upside down.
tough to tattoo yourself.
Yes. I did it for one upside down and two on myself.
Look online. There's fake skin where you can use to practice tattooing on. I can't remember what it's called, but
Yeah, I've heard about that shit. Sorry, pardon my language.
What shit? Everybody's
Yeah.
that and honeydew melons.
What is it called?
Honeydew melons.
honeydew melon.
Honeydew melon.
Honeydew melon.
That's what it said.
Oh, I thought you said
Yeah,
honeydew
there's
melon.
people that practice on
No, I
those
said honeydew.
to practice needle depth.
Okay, so
Okay.
hey, compare this with your leg.
Well, see, I tried to practice on a doll that had skin. You know,
Your lines should be make sure you don't make them too thin because I think at the very end with the where the little
well,
right
I
there.
didn't know if I should have done that with a 7 needle. Done it with a 7 needle. 7 line needle instead of a 1. That's what I did it with. I did it with a 1 line needle.
And you did that to yourself.
Yes, I did.
Wow. I think you did a very good job for doing it to yourself.
I gotta re-go over the tattoos on my wrist though. I didn't go deep enough on those.
When I first look at it, when you first sent it to me, I was like, "What the hell?"
Sorry, I should have warned you. I sent it to Mom too. I was on the phone
Are you
with Mom.
trying to be like a tatar? Ugh. Oh my god. Tattoo artist. tattoo artist?
A tattoo artist? Not really. I mean, I just.
Then how'd you learn to do it?
My sister. Well, first tattoo I did on myself, and then the second and third tattoo I did on my sister.
It kind of looks like a penis with pinchers.
Well, thank you.
Well, it's,
Make me feel any worse.
I'm not trying to make you feel worse, but it just kind of looks like a penis with pinchers.
I wasn't trying to make it look like a penis.
But you don't do you can't learn if you don't do, you can't take criticism, right?
Yes, I know.
Oh, darling, yeah, I'll check that out.
I would see what you guys thought.
I'll put it to save to watch later.
But then again, it kind of looks stoned too. It's like the scorpion.
Stoned.
And the damn scorpion looks like it's laying there stoned or drunk.
What the fuck? Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, the leaf is on the other side of my leg.
Well, I think he hit it too much.
So, are you doing this the correct way, or are you doing it like the way that like they do it in prison?
I lost my life laughing at you. Dang it.
Share no questions, but
do what, Andy?
I said I was asking her if she was doing it the correct way, or if she did it, or if she was doing it like the people that do it in prison.
She has a gun, yes.
Yes, I have a tattoo gun. Well, I don't have a tattoo gun. My sister has it. It's an actual tattoo gun.
Cool.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
no
everybody have a good night. I'm going to end this. There ain't but two people
No thanks
watching.
is ever needed.
So, y'all, everybody have a good night. Thank you for coming. Peace.